It's 9 o'clock. I'm sure the judge is in the vicinity, be here shortly. But it's Tuesday, May 17th. Commissioners Court, come to order. All legal notices have been posted. A quorum of the court is present, and the court is duly called. Can I get a motion to open the court?
So moved.
Second.
From Dr. Daniels, second from Dr. Garcia, that the court is open. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. Bailiff?
All rise. Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the May 2022 term. Honorable John Wiley Price. Sorry. Please
Thank-
stand for the invitation.
Thank you. The invocation today will be given by a guest of Commissioner KOCH.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have the honor of introducing Rabbi Ari Sunshine. Rabbi Sunshine joined Congregation Shearith Israel in July of 2017 as senior rabbi, bringing with him his passion for community building, outreach and engagement, teaching the Torah, and his love of Israel. Previously, Rabbi Sunshine served as rabbi of B'nai Shalom in Olney, Maryland from November 2006 to June 2017, and from 2013 to 16 he participated in the Shalom Hartman's Institute of Rabbinic Leadership Initiative and graduated as a senior rabbinic fellow. During his tenure in Maryland, Rabbi Sunshine also served as the president of the Greater Olney Interfaith Ministerium and as the president of the Washington-Baltimore Region Rabbinical Assembly. Rabbi Sunshine currently serves as the president of the Rabbinic Association of Greater Dallas. After graduating magna cum laude with a BA from Brandeis University, Rabbi Sunshine served 3 years at Temple Israel in Sharon, Massachusetts as youth director, ritual director, and senior USY advisor. In 1997, he decided to attend the Jewish Theological Seminary in New York. While attending seminary, he also served as a rabbinic intern for Bethel Congregation in Baltimore, Maryland, and for the American University in Washington, D.C. Rabbi Sunshine has extensive experience working with Camp Rama in Ojai, California, and leading the USY Israel Pilgrimage and the USY on Wheels groups. He received his MA and rabbinic ordination from the Jewish Theological Seminary in spring of 2002. From July 2002 until November of 2006, Rabbi Sunshine served as the Associate Rabbi of Temple Israel in Charlotte, North Carolina. Rabbi Sunshine and his wife Jennifer have 2 children, Jonah and Elena. He roots, usually in vain, for the Baltimore Orioles, the O's, so rightly called, and he also roots for a host of other perennial underachieving Washington, D.C. area colleges and professional sports team, except for his beloved 2018 Stanley Cup champions, the Washington Caps. So, Rabbi.
Thanks, Commissioner Koch. Avinu Malkeinu, our heavenly parents, Modim Anachullah, we give thanks to you this morning, as everyone, restoring our souls to us overnight, and granting us breath, life, and the ability to start this new day in your world, filled with potential. May we embrace this opportunity to look around and begin to fix that which may still be broken. Lean into our roles as your partners in repairing the earth and instilling it with the sacred values of kindness, compassion, and forgiveness.
Oops, thank you. Today and every day, may we seek to become upstanders in the spirit of Max Glauben of blessed memory, looking out for those who are struggling and oppressed and in need of help, and rejecting hatred and bigotry in favor of love, healing, and hope. And may we teach each other, learn from each other, and respect each other, and listen to each other's voices even when we disagree, striving to measure up to the infinite worth we each carry as human beings created in your divine image, and making sure even our disagreements remain holy. Bless the work of our county judge and our county commissioners as they fulfill their sacred duty to make Dallas County better for all who live here. May they and all of us remain in good health of body and spirit as together we seek to do your sanctified work. And let us say, Amen.
Shalom. Thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you.
Judge, we're ready to proceed with the docket. It says a public hearing. Not a public hearing at this time. I guess we had resolutions, Judge.
Commissioner Koch?
Commissioner Koch.
Yes, I have the honor of presenting the first resolution. Could we have our contingencies of officers and chiefs please come forward? We're going to remember Police Week. So, whereas on October 1st, 1962, President John F. Kennedy signed a proclamation which designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which that date falls as Police Week. And whereas the police officers of America have worked devotedly and selflessly to safeguard the lives and property of their fellow Americans, regardless of the peril or hazard to themselves, and whereas by the enforcement of our laws, these same officers have given our country internal freedom from fear of violence and civil disorder that can occur without the rule of law, by their patriotic service and their dedicated efforts that have earned them the gratitude of the Republic. And whereas, in his May 15, 2016 address to the National Peace Officers Memorial Service, President Barack Obama stated, "For generations, the brave women and men of our nation's law enforcement have answered the call to serve and protect our communities. Enduring long shifts in dangerous and unpredictable circumstances, our nation's peace officers embody the courage and honor that represents the best of America." And whereas, National Police Week draws between 25,000 and 40,000 attendees from departments throughout the United States, as well as agencies throughout the world, to its Washington, D.C. annual event to participate in a number of planned events which honor those that have paid the ultimate sacrifice. And whereas, founded in 1984, the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund is dedicated to telling the story of American law enforcement and making it safer for those who serve, and honoring all fallen officers with a candlelight vigil each May 13th. And whereas, on the night of July 7th, 2016, downtown Dallas became the scene of the deadliest incident for the U.S. law enforcement since the September 11th, 2001 terrorist attack in New York City. And whereas, the citizens of Dallas County will never forget the ultimate sacrifice that has been made by the 145 fallen officers and 2 canines of the various municipal law enforcement agencies within Dallas County and the Dallas County Sheriff, Marshal, and Constable departments. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court and the citizens of Dallas County do honor and pay tribute to the law enforcement officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our country, and voice appreciation for all those who currently serve on the front lines of the battle against crime in our communities, and pray for the safety of them and their families. And I so move.
Second.
I don't know who seconded it. They all were seconding it so fast, I'm gonna give it to everybody. That motion carries unanimously because there's nobody left that didn't second.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming today, and ladies.
Chief Constable.
Costa?
Thank you.
Chief.
Just a few words. It's always a pleasure to be back here and see all my old friends in the county, and we appreciate you, Commissioner Koch, and that resolution, and the rest of the commissioners and County Judge Jenkins for all their support for law enforcement. And this week is always for us to remember those fallen officers and remember the families in prayer. So thank you again for that. We appreciate that.
Commissioner Koch, Chief Koch, I think that everyone at least should identify themselves.
Yep.
And which department you're with, and if you'll line up here, we'll.
I'm Joe Costa, I'm the Chief of Police in DeSoto.
Charles Reese, Assistant Chief of Police, Cedar Hill Police Department.
Angela Shaw, Assistant Chief, Dallas Police Department.
Good to see you.
Gary Tittle, Chief of Police, Richardson Police Department. Thank you all so very much for recognizing the great men and women of law enforcement. Thank you for your continued support. Great seeing each and every one of you. Thank you.
I miss Chief Tittle as, you know, law enforcement.
Jamie Gerhardt, Captain, Richardson Police Department.
Major Leroy Quigg, Dallas Police Department.
Mission legislator.
Matt Brennan, Deputy Chief, Grand Prairie Police Department.
Ray Calverley, Chief of Police, Seagoville Police Department.
Steve Davis, Assistant Chief, Seagoville Police Department.
I would also like to make comment too that I'm not sure that everybody, all the residents of Dallas County realize that all of the local law enforcement, all the police officers on all the cities work very closely with Dallas County because there's an interaction. You bring a person down to our county jail and we have to work together. And so that, you know, I recognize most of you because of that's what we do. IT has got to match up for all of us. And we all have to be in similar mind in just a lot of different ways. The bad news, of course, is the reason that we have this particular recognition is that, yes, there has been the ultimate sacrifice. And that's something that all of us do share as residents of Dallas County. But the partnerships that we have bring smiles to all of our faces. And so thank you very, very much for that willingness to come together and do things together. And with that, we can have a vote.
Together, we can see them behind, so you're good.
Well, why don't we have these come over there?
Who are we looking at first, guys?
The judge wants to look to the right place.
Chief Costa, I do want to say before you and the guys and the young chief depart, see John Cruzo, district attorney's here today. And the state legislature in 2008 gave counties, law enforcement, alternative tools to be able to help manage that population that our sheriff is in charge of. And we are under the guise of making sure that we are in compliance with the Texas Commission on Jail Standards. I tell people all the time, that jail is larger than 80% of the cities in the state of Texas. It's a 24/7 operation. But the chief law enforcement officer, Judge John Cruzo, did get together with you chiefs and said there is a law that says that you can cite and release. And there is a cost of operating that facility, as you well know, having been there. And it is right now $11 million a month to operate that facility. So I'm saying to the chiefs, cite and release was put in place for a reason and for us to help try to manage not only public safety, but that population that we're in charge of. The taxpayers pay $11 million every month just to maintain that facility. And that does not include a number of the other challenges. And so I appreciate the way, because we do monitor. We monitor what comes in and out of that facility. We know how many we intake. We know how many we release. We know what their status is. And we appreciate your cooperation as chiefs in terms of using those tools, those alternative tools that the legislature has provided you for cite and release. So, thank you. Thank you all.
If there's any more obscene Clay Jenkins signs, save me one from my collection, all right? Yeah.
What? I missed that.
Oh, yeah, somebody covered up a median in DeSoto with a sign. I'll tell you off record what it said.
Okay.
But I got
Thank
one, I got one for the garage, so.
Okay, whatever that means.
Commissioner
Johnson
Cobb.
brought me one for the garage.
I have one more resolution, so to everyone's great relief, you'll hear from me just one more time and then a little silence, but anyway. No, I guess it's not a relief that this voice is no longer with us, but if the Glauben family could come down as I present this resolution honoring Max Glauben. Whereas, in 1928, Max was born Monik Glauben to Isaac and Fega Glauben in Warsaw, Poland. Max was married to Frida and has 3 children, Philip, Barry, and Sherry, 7 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. And whereas Max lost his mother, younger brother, and many of his extended family to the gas chamber at Madonic Death Camp in Lublin, Poland, and Max's father was later murdered at Budzin, a satellite labor camp of Madonic, where Max and his father worked as slave laborers in an airplane factory. And whereas during the death march from Flossenburg concentration camp to Dachau, Max was liberated by Patton's American troops on April 23rd, 1945, and stayed with the unit of an American lieutenant who took young Max under his wing until 1947. And whereas Max was drafted into the U.S. Army in 1951 and served until 1953 and spent 3 years in the reserves. And whereas Max devoted his life to sharing his testimony to ensure no one denied the Holocaust occurred. Max promised to tell the world what happened to him and millions of other Holocaust victims, including both his parents and younger brother, and together with other Holocaust survivors, launched in 1977 a local campaign to share their testimonies throughout Dallas. And whereas in 1984, Max was part of a movement to open a Holocaust museum in the basement of the Jewish Community Center of Dallas. He believed the Holocaust Museum needed to be a more prominent memorial in Dallas, which was then realized in 2019 with the opening of a 55,000 square foot, $78 million Dallas Holocaust and Human Rights Museum located at 300 North Houston Street in Dallas, Texas. And whereas Max was named Texan of the Year in 2019 by the Dallas Morning News, received an honorary doctorate from Southern Methodist University in 2020, and was designated as the Hope for Humanity honoree in 2021 by the Dallas Holocaust and Human Rights Museum. And whereas Max Glauben, survivor of Nazi horrors, who championed Dallas's Holocaust Museum, died on April 28th, 2022. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court commemorates the legacy of Max Glauben that he leaves behind through his testimony about the horror and trauma of what he experienced during the Holocaust, to teach others to eschew hatred and embrace all of God's children. And I so move.
Second.
I'm gonna have to give that one to Garcia, but once again, it's a race. The motion carries. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, motion carries unanimously. God bless you all.
I want to thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much
And
for having
thank
us.
you so much for sharing your father and your husband with our part of the world. And God willing, as folks go to that museum, the entire world.
Thank you. I was told that each of us could respond, but I'm going to just say a few words on behalf of everybody, as if that's possible. Good morning, and we are so honored to have received the invitation to accept this resolution this morning honoring our dad.
We're very appreciative of the meaning behind the honor, his efforts to make our world better. I don't think that any of us realized the scope of his reach, but we are coming to realize this now. Even if he wasn't our father, it would be an awesome story. A young boy with only a third-grade education loses his entire family, endures unimaginable horrors, who could have let bitterness and hatred tarnish his life, but instead finds the beauty in people, in hope, in belief, and creates a happy and productive life, impacting literally thousands with a message of hope and love. Our mom and dad were married in Dallas in 1953, and Dallas has been their continuous home ever since, first in Casa View and later in Preston Forest. Dad loved it here. He felt involved here. He felt heard here. He felt loved here. This resolution honoring his efforts from his city would have meant everything to him. On behalf of our entire family, thank you for this resolution and for recognizing and validating his work to end hate and racism and promote that we all live together in peace. Thank you.
And thank you.
If y'all want a picture up here, we'd love to take a picture with you, whatever you prefer. I think so. Now I do. I'll put it out.
Rabbi, to the left, Rabbi, to the left. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take your time. Yeah, yeah.
The next resolution is a good one.
Judge and Commissioners, I have the next resolution. I'll ask my Department of Public Works and that delegation will come forward. This is Texas Floodplain Management Association. And so I always tell people we take water for granted.
There you go.
That was a reason, young people, that Noah preached for 120 years, and there had been no rain anywhere in sight. And then there's a thing that said God separated the firmament, the upper from the lower. And I don't think we've ever given water its proper respect, even though our body's 3/4 water, the earth is 3/4 water. Water is good, but water can be dangerous. And so the Texas legislature has recognized that with all of the hurricanes that we've had, and our Public Works Department, when you see those signs up that said stormwater management, that means we're all having to pay to try to manage that water. And says, whereas the Texas Floodplain Management Association has requested counties in Texas to participate in Flood Awareness Week through the adoption of a formal proclamation, whereas Dallas County has recognized the importance of floodplain management flood awareness, and the Trinity River, which provides recreation, transportation, economic development, and open spaces to Dallas County residents. And whereas Dallas County partners with the Trinity River Common Vision, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the North Central Texas Council of Governments, the Texas Water Development Board, and the Texas Floodplain Management Association and other agencies to bring awareness regarding flooding to the residents of Dallas County. And whereas Dallas County is a member of the National Flood Insurance Program and has been since 1981, saving resident fees on flood insurance and providing eligibility for grant funding related to declared flooding disasters. And whereas flooding and flash flooding have threatened Dallas County citizens' safety, property, and occupations throughout history and can occur any time of the year, but often have a higher frequency during spring and summer thunderstorms, tropical storms, and hurricanes. And whereas Dallas County has continuously taken a proactive role in floodplain management and flooding initiatives through interdepartmental efforts, including the Dallas County Inland Port Flood Planning Study. And whereas the state of Texas, Governor Abbott has proclaimed the week of May 23rd through the 27th, 2022, as Flood Awareness Week in Texas, now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize the state of Texas proclamation of Flood Awareness Week on May 23rd through the 27th, 2022. It urges everyone in our community to be informed and prepared for floods and flash floods. Always, and I quote, turn around, don't drown. You could save the life of a loved one. I so move.
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Daniel. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Ms. Blair?
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, court members. Yes, this is an important week and definitely on our side. And one thing here is I'm going to have Alyssa Shepard, our floodplain manager, to talk about the study that we've been underway right now. But this is Mark, and of course I have the whole public works staff. We have another reason for us being here is the next resolution as well. But I'm going to have Alyssa Shepard say a few words right now.
Please.
Thank you, Commissioner Price and court members as well. We're excited that you're recognizing Flood Awareness Week, and we're also excited about the Inland Port Flood Planning Study that we've embarked on just recently. As you know, we've received a grant from the Texas Water Development Board for over $5 million, and we've been already hit the ground running on the study. We're studying an entire Huckton area, plus the Inland Port area, and it's over 270 square miles, and it will open up that area for development. And as you know, it's one of the largest industrial developments in the United States, and so we're just excited to take part in that study and to lead the study with the other cities. So thank you.
Thank you, Alyssa, and Judge and colleagues, and to young people again who don't understand water. There's a little old bitty place called Turtle Creek. It used to flood. They rerouted the water. These humps you see over here out by that jail, they're called berms. There was something called the WPA. My dad was part of that WPA. For those who did not go to armed services, they worked in the WPA programs. They built that berm. So out there where Ken Nolan is now, sitting up on Stemmons Freeway, you can go raise up your hand, Ken. Anyway, that used to flood. And WPA built those berms. Controlling water At the end of the day, she talked about development, talked about opening up. It makes all the difference in the world. And we have historically been able to route water. But I tell all of my colleagues, water does not flow north. Water flows south. And I'm the catchment area. And whether it's the inland port or that big little old stream they call the Gulf or any of that, water flows south. And so as a result, these individuals are engineering and making sure that we can manage water as it continues to come south. Okay? Thank you, Mr.
Talking about the Trinity River a few years ago, someone I had the pleasure to get to know before he passed. One of our SMU officers drove across a bridge during a flooding time when he believed he could safely do so. His car was swept off the bridge, and I believe it took us more than a day to find him, and he died. So you really don't ever want to, if you can see water rushing across the road, even though it might just be an inch or half an inch of water, it can grab that car and put you in the creek and kill you.
Well, that's because your tires turn into balloons. I don't care how heavy that car is, it turns into balloons when you try to cross that water.
But I mean, water continues to be one of the things that as engineers, as elected officials, we have always have to have in mind with developments, with all the projects that we work. The best example here in Dallas has been the Trinity River Corridor. That project, had changed constantly, and eventually some parts were killed because of floodplains, because of safety, because if there was the 100-year flood, whatever happened in those levees, we wouldn't be here. I mean, the convention center all the way to Baylor, and of course Commissioner Price and I will be homeless. So, because we live in North Oak Cliff. So it's so important that we continue to consider water one of the things that is essential for human life, but it's also essential for us to learn how to manage if we want to continue to grow at the accelerated pace that Dallas County is growing. So thank you all for everything you do.
Thank you. And we do have a team on the ground already. We've met, and they're moving forward. The second resolution I have, thank you.
Very much. Thank you, Ms. Blair. Thank you all, guys. Thank you.
No, they're still here.
Oh, they're still here?
Yeah, they're still here. The second resolution I have here is for a young man by the name of Stanley Brewer. And whereas Stanley Brewer started his career in Dallas County on February 12, 1993, and whereas Stanley has enjoyed various positions at Dallas County, including construction inspector from 2000 to 2013, and sign shop supervisor from 2013 to present. And whereas Stanley's county career began at the sign shop, and whereas under Stanley's leadership, Sign Shop has incorporated a printer to make signs and now has the ability to fabricate signs used in the unincorporated areas of Dallas County. And whereas also under Stanley's leadership, a new striping truck has been purchased, making striping roadways within Dallas County much more efficient and cost-effective. And whereas Stanley progressed in the Public Works Department by being promoted to sign shop supervisor in 2013, and whereas Stanley has been married to Patricia Brewer for 37 years, and they have one son, Kendrick. And whereas Stanley is a deacon and active member of New Birth Missionary Baptist Church, and whereas Stanley is a mild-mannered and has a pleasant demeanor and is always willing to help out. And whereas Stanley enjoys and looks forward to dedicating time in his retirement years to riding his horses, gardening, fishing, basketball, and watching America's team the Dallas Cowboys play. Therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby, with august sincerity, wish Stanley Brewer our best wishes as he retires from Dallas County after 29 years of committed and valuable service, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Sam.
Ms. Bell?
I just want to tell you guys that we were sweating back there not too long ago, because Stanley had an emergency this morning, and he went and made a couple of signs, like at 6:30, 7 o'clock this morning. So we were trying to get him here as quickly as possible because the machine wasn't working, and they were still trying to get the signs out. So we just slipped him in here real quickly. But I was telling everybody back here, each one of you are going to talk for Stanley. So he made it, just barely he made it. But he made it, and the whole crew, and that's what we have here. We have a crew that works very hard and tirelessly. Stanley, I don't think it's hitting him in his mind that he's retiring, because he's still working, and he's still planning, and he's still forecasting, and he's still working on agreements. So he is definitely a valued employee. He's been here. He's been in many positions since I've been here. He's been an inspector. He's been on the sign shop crew. He's been there on survey. He's been in many positions throughout Dallas County and around Public Works. So with that, I want to Shearith Solanke to say a few words. We don't have to talk now all for him since he's here. He's going to talk, but I want to Shearith Solanke to say a few words.
Thank you, Ms. Blair. And I just want to say Stanley Brewer is an exemplary individual and provided excellent service. So I just want to congratulate for 29 years of service to Dallas County. One thing that Stanley has taken the operation of that sign shop to the next level. He has trained already the other team members to make sure that the operation continues and continue to provide the signage service to the unincorporated areas that we need for the safe operation. And I just wish him the best for his retirement. Thank you.
And he's done that under some very difficult conditions. The new striper truck is larger than the building. So those of us who go in, we have to kind of walk sideways to try to get around. And so we took the budget director out there and made sure she understood. So the new Stanley building.
Okay. Okay.
You know, and again, young folks, signage is, can you imagine, they call it, they got a new name, they call it wayfinding. It's a sign, hell. Without signage,
you're lost.
And doing COVID testing and pandemic, we were out there at Ellis Davis. We didn't have enough signs. We couldn't get enough signs. We got inundated. And we called on Stanley and his crew. And let me tell you, they assembled, put those together, and it made all the difference in the world. Try dealing with 6,000 or 7,000 people a day, and there's no signage telling them which way to go. It's rough. And so Stanley, just thank you. Thank you for always being, on point, you and your team. And they're, believe it or not, Dr. Watson signed off. There is a new building coming. No. And then we know you'll come out of retirement and come back.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I just want to thank everybody, thank all the commissioners, Judge Jenkins, and everyone for your outstanding work and dedication to all the county employees. I just want to thank God. I thank Alberta, Tushar, Noe, all the people who worked with me and helped me get to this point, and for all their dedication also. These two guys right here, my right hand, and they really stuck by me during the whole time. Even when I left, I started out at the sign shop. I call it signs and markings because we do more than just signs. We rescribe about 10 different cities in Dallas County. And it kind of keeps us busy, so just the three of us. And we
And there is a request for another city, and we have said no.
Okay. Yeah, I did work for that city for about 10 years prior, so I understand. And I just want to say thank you all, and it's been good. I've enjoyed it, and you know, return is like graduating. You don't know whether you want to go to school or go to work. So right now, I don't know what I want to do right now. So thank you all again. It's been good.
They got something there.
It's too hot. The sun's too hot.
Oh, so the machine worked after all, huh?
It worked great.
They are very nice. Can you turn them around so the public and the media can see them? They are there.
I think they're trying to tell me on the backside that no parking means you can't just stay there. You got to get off the couch and do something.
Stanley, y'all want to come forward? And
Don't give one to Commissioner
The two signs
Price.
get on either, bookends on either side.
Yeah, don't give a sign to Commissioner Price because he's always parking the wrong place anyway.
He doesn't read them anyway.
After 50 years around here, I've been here 50 years. Okay.
Come on, the rest of the team, don't be
come on,
shy.
come on.
Why are always the women the ones that are shy? You all look beautiful. Stanley, who's going to win the Super Bowl? Thank you very much. Good to see you all. And we agree with him. Okay, George, you're next.
Judge,
So, my great honor to have the next resolution. If these folks are here, I'd ask these DFW top 100 nurses to come forward. Amy McCarthy, Cornelius Matilli, picture that. Filipinas Nancy Baez-Sandejas, Catherine Kemp, Catherine Henderson, Carmelita Bernard, Jane Price, Shelley Brown Clear. And before I even read this, let me just tell you, everybody up here loves y'all so much and appreciates what you've done the last 2 years. I cannot thank you enough for everything you've done. And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas nurses have always been critical members of the healthcare team and provide care across Dallas County at hospitals, medical offices, long-term care facilities, and many other settings. And whereas nurses have played a tremendous role during the COVID-19 pandemic, facing unprecedented challenges in their work. And whereas each year 100 registered nurses are recognized by the DFW Great 100 Nurses for their outstanding leadership, community service, compassionate caregiving, services role models, and significant contributions to the field. And whereas the North Texas nursing community will come together on May 17th, 2022 to celebrate this year's prestigious Great 100 class at the Meyerson Symphony Hall for its first in-person event since the pandemic began. And whereas at this year's event, 15 outstanding nurses from Dallas County will be recognized. Filipinas Nancy Baez-Sandejas, Jane Price, Vicki Sandifer, Amy McCarthy, Emily Sneed, Gwen Spector, Catherine Henderson, Catherine Kemp, Carmelita Bernard, Kathy Kennedy, Shelley Brown Clear, Tiffany Mitchell, Bejula Joy, Cornelius Matilli, and Juliet Tennyson. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize the outstanding contributions, service, and sacrifices of all nurses and recognizes May 17th, 2022 as DFW Great 100 Nurses Day, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And believe it or not, I'm not going to oppose it. And I'm going to talk about Press Ganey, though, in just a minute. Okay.
The motion carries unanimously.
Mike, I know you wanted to say that.
Thank you so much, Judge Jenkins and Commissioners. We are very appreciative of the support that we have witnessed over the last several years. It has certainly been a very difficult time for the profession and for the Dallas County nurses, but we could not do this without the entire community, and so we just thank you for this recognition. We are very excited to celebrate for the first time since 2019 tonight at the Meyerson Symphony Center, and we just, again, thank you so much for your support.
Well, nursing is one of those professions, too, that talk about support. I mean, support for so many, in so many, many different ways. Kind of joke that we cannot do it without you. You need us, but we most definitely need all of you. So thank you so much.
This is not about feel good, and I know Dr. Malay, somebody call a doctor because he's going to have a heart attack. But I want you to understand, I am constantly dealing with Parkland. But Press Ganey has always, when they get you, and of course y'all all know what Press Ganey is, get that report. It's talked about how nursing at Parkland has risen on a trajectory as the way it should be. I say all the time, and I say it publicly, doctors do not run hospitals, nurses do. Yeah, okay. And while they have about 12,000 employees, over 6,000 of you are nurses. And as a judge and my colleagues said, we know what you did here in the last couple of years, how you measured up. Unlike the Sheriff's Department, we have to mandate individuals to stay in compliance. I would like to think that most of you do it because of commitment. Real sacrifice. And so I applaud you. And Press Ganey was right. You've come a long ways. And a lot of it, and my commentary with Parkland, is about leadership, like thereof. But despite leadership, you continue to perform. And so I just want to, join the chorus in thanking you for what you do, from sacrifice to commitment.
And I just want to echo the sentiment of gratitude, because at the end of the day, you work, no matter what the politics, no matter what is going on outside the world, where everybody was in quarantine, you all were in the front lines. We all were working. I mean, I still, as a dentist, I know the feeling when people come and tell you, hey, I'm protecting my family. I am, reorganizing my closet, cleaning my garden, while we all were in the front lines, while we all were, taking care of the emergencies, when you all were sacrificing your families and putting at risk, what everybody was trying to protect. So thank you so much for being the kind of public servant that, regardless of politics, regardless what's happened here, regardless what happened around you, you take care of each other, and you try to save as many lives as you all could. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you for being
Sure,
here. We
that's
appreciate
what I'm
it.
talking
Thank
about.
you so much.
Thank
God bless you. Thank you. I see y'all on TV all the time. Happy to see you.
you. Bless you. Gordon, where's your wife? Working hard.
That's right, Mr. Hanks.
Wife is a nurse. Got it? Everybody got it? Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Again.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Okay.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it, thank you. As we approach 1 million dead of COVID in the
Yeah.
United States of America.
Yeah.
Thank you, Josh, for bringing this resolution.
Yeah.
Dr. Daniel has the next two resolutions.
Thank you very much. Interestingly enough, there is some similarity too between the next two resolutions, but first we'd like to address National Drug Court Month, and I think that there are a number of people here who would like to show their support. Let's see. I think Judge Crusoe is here, Cedric Miller, Jennifer Jessup, Chief Magistrate Stephen Autry, Judge Sandra Jackson, welcome, Kathleen Lavelle, and friends, supporters, because this is one of those items that we are not thrilled to have, but we are so glad that people stepped up and have done what they needed to do. So, whereas the illegal consumption of drugs has had a devastating effect on millions of lives throughout this nation and in each individual community, sparking a need to reform our criminal justice system. And whereas in 1998, the first drug court in Dallas County opened its doors with a simple premise, that rather than continue to allow individuals with long histories of drug abuse and crime to cycle through the criminal justice system at enormous expense to taxpayers, the criminal justice system would use the leverage of the courts to keep individuals engaged in a drug treatment. And John Crusoe, while a Dallas County district judge, founded Dallas County's first drug court, the Dallas Initiative for Expedited Recovery and Treatment, DIVERT Court. And whereas Dallas County has 14 adult specialty courts certified by the Texas State Office of the Governor in an effort to put a treatment court within reach of every eligible person in need. The design and structure of the 14 certified specialty courts were developed to reflect the unique strengths and needs of Dallas County. And the 14 certified specialty courts focus in the areas of co-occurring disorders, reentry, mental health, DWI, drug, commercially exploited individuals, and veterans. And whereas Dallas County specialty courts are operational through the role of collaborative partnerships with key stakeholders, including the judiciary, the Dallas County Public Defender's Office, the Dallas County District Attorney's Office, the Dallas County Community Supervision and Corrections Department, the Dallas County Criminal Justice Department, and a variety of community treatment and resource providers. And whereas the month of May has been designated National Drug Court Month, and whereas drug courts provide focus and leadership for community-wide partnerships, fusing public safety and public health professionals for the purpose of fighting against drug abuse and the criminal elements that follow drug abuse. And whereas mental health and substance abuse disorders affect all communities nationwide, with commitment and support, those impacted can embark on a journey of improved health and overall wellness. Treatment courts reduce crime and significantly improve substance use treatment outcomes at less expensive than any other criminal justice strategy. Treatment courts facilitate community-wide partnerships, bringing together public safety and public health. And whereas May 2022 marks National Drug Court Month, which celebrates the promise of recovery and restored hopes to the graduates of drug court and to their families. Now therefore be resolved, the Dallas County Commissioners Court declares that a drug court month be established during the month of May 2022 in recognition of the practitioners and participants who make drug courts effective and for the significant contributions that drug courts continue to make in reducing drug use and crime. And I so move.
Second by Commissioner Price. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. And as you can tell, there are quite a number of people who are needed to make this work. And why don't we have first a word from Judge Jackson?
Thank you so
Since
much,
you're standing
Commissioner.
right there.
And good morning, everyone. Judge Jenkins, Supervisor Dr. Garcia, Commissioner KOCH, and Commissioner Daniels. We certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here. I am Sandra Jackson. I'm the District Judge of the 302nd Family District Court, and I am the overseer of the Legacy Drug Court, which is a drug court that was created almost a decade ago by this Commissioner's Court to help facilitate a manner in which we could help families who have come into our courts. We are particularly focused upon Child Protective Services families that have drug use and drug addictions as a part of their family. And just a quick overview of our vision, and then I want to introduce one of our graduates. Our vision essentially is to create a pathway that we can reunite the parents with their children and to present the parents with useful tools that they can manage through their family crises and prepare the families to be restored when their children are removed, and also to have the children return, because we want them to know that we recognize the challenges that addictions have. But there's a dynamic, and we are here to be a special resource for the family. We are a group of judges and lawyers, civic-minded leaders, CASA's here, public defender, and our design and desire is to develop a dynamic place where these families can be heard. We are not adversarial. We are a program. We assist. We support. We do everything we can to help parents who are struggling with substance abuse. And I want to introduce one of our graduates from this last season. Even during the pandemic, we kept functioning. We were on Zoom every Monday. We stayed with these families. They stayed with us. We continue to work with them and operate and function. And Jennifer Jessup is here. She is one of our graduates. Her 3-year-old was in our program, and she was in our program. Her 3-year-old now lives back with her, and she is doing well. She's working. She's living in her home with her mother, and we are so proud of Jennifer. Jennifer, come on up and say a word.
At first, I'd like to say this is an honor being in front of all y'all. Like, it's really good. Drug court, I started drug court when December 2020. I got my son taken from CPS. He had tested positive for methamphetamine, and I was also positive. They took custody of my son. I actually got introduced to drug court by my attorney. She offered the opportunity to me, and I was like, I'd do whatever it takes to get my son back, do whatever. Drug court has helped me in so many ways that I did not know I needed help with. They provided sober living. They helped me get through all the courses and parenting courses, counseling. They helped me with so much that I was able to become a better parent for my son. I was able to work on myself. While they took care of my son, they made sure my son had a really good foster family. I was able to see him every week, and I honestly do not know where I would be without Legacy Drug Court. They are there to help you. They are family. They are more than just judges, attorneys, just people that you don't know. They turn into your family when you are in this program. And they have helped me mentally, physically, and it was such an honor to be able to meet them here today, because we have been on Zoom, and it's an honor, and I do not know where my life would be without their help. They have been tremendous, and they still check on me every now and again. They still check to see how I'm doing, and I don't know what family is, but that is. That is complete family right there, and I love it. Thank y'all so much.
Jennifer, we're honored that you come down here today and talk to us. Okay, we're honored that you come down here today and talk to us.
Anytime. I told them, if it's helping the community, helping someone else get, into the program, I am willing to help.
Thank you.
Because I'm an advocate. You know, I am 19 months clean and sober as of the 11th of this month. And it's because of this. So anytime I have a chance to share my story, you know, advocate for someone, try to help someone, I'm there. I know what it's like. And I want someone to have someone to be there.
And thank
I
you
want to
for-
be that person. So
Thank
thank
you.
you.
For your testimony of this is one of those times when the system works. And that every chance I get, I go to one of the graduations and come away crying because it is exactly what you're saying, is that it's the whole range of people coming together, because it does take every piece to make it work.
It
But
does.
Thank you for your being here, and that you got a big smile on your face too. So it's, but just that testimony that for once we can do something right. We can come together and do this.
Yes. Well, like I said, like I thought I was a lost cause at the beginning because, you know, my son tested positive for drugs and I felt like a horrible parent for that. And going through the program, going through sober living and, you know, doing what I need to do, it has really opened my eyes like, hey, that is what you were doing. This is what you could be doing now. And this is what you are going to do if you continue to be on the right path. And, you know, they set me on the right path. And I honestly could not be more happier. My son's happy and healthy. You know, he is back home with me. And he's only 3. So, you know, I'm getting to enjoy these moments with him instead of having to worry about, you know, anything else. And that's what really, you know, gets to me is I'm able to be there for my son.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Let me just say, Judge Jackson, and to all of you who are here, and especially to our district attorney. I was on this court 10 years ago when we created Legacy. But long before we created Legacy, and I talked about it earlier on some other presentations about sacrifice, and this court has heard me say, you can practice all the virtues in the world, but Maya Angelou says, if you don't practice the virtue of courage, nothing else matters. And first of all, I want to thank you for being courageous and coming down and sharing your testimony. We go through things so that we will have testimony. But Judge John Crusoe, and very few people remember when he had a nickname by the name of Let 'em Go Crusoe. It was primarily because he refused to just send people through the cycle. He placed people in these kind of programs. You would be surprised at some of the prominent individuals, some of them lawyers who were caught up and wouldn't come forth and acknowledge, but that he made sure that he navigated and guided them through his program. I've had the opportunity also to be at some of those graduations. I remember one lady that he had to put in back several times. See, you, as my mama would say, you came to yourself. You know, you came to your senses. There was a whole lot of them didn't. And Judge Crusoe called her out, and she said, you might as well give me my time. I ain't going in. And Judge Crusoe said, no, you need to go in. She said, no, I'm not going. And so he put her back. Called her out again, I think in 30, 60 days. She said, Judge, you might as well give me my time. I'm not going to this program. Judge Crusoe put her back. Finally, after a few months, she finally came to herself. She decided that she was going to go to the program. And you'd be surprised. She used to have an address on Harry Hines Boulevard. She now has an address. She's a doctor. But Crusoe, Judge Crusoe, continued to say, we're going to make this work. And I just appreciate the legacy program, picking up and learning from all that he did. But Judge, I appreciate the fact that you showed courage long before anybody on the bench and around these practices we did. And of course, to the Chief Public Defender, thank you as well. But she wasn't the public defender then. Judge Crusoe was on the bench. Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
I do.
Judge Crusoe have a couple words that you
Yeah,
wanted to say.
you know, Judge.
Well, first of all, thank you all for the recognition once again for Drug Court Month, and we appreciate it. And actually, Commissioner, that let him go Crusoe, it still sticks with me for some reason. I don't know what the story is. But nonetheless, yes, we recognized a lot of things. First of all, the power of addiction and where it could take people. But we also understood the disparity in who was being arrested and who was being prosecuted and what the outcomes were for them personally and for their families and their community. So it was a multi-pronged reason for starting the court. And I'm proud to say that Judge Autry is here today. I don't know if Judge Garza is here, but Judge Autry has a lot and has really, other than being the chief magistrate, which takes up a tremendous amount of his time, is a person who is committed to the recovery process, to the judicial aspect of it. And I don't think that we should go here without recognizing Judge Garza, if he's here, I don't know, but certainly Judge Autry also, who as a magistrate is putting in extra time to do this. So thank you all once again. The DA's office is committed to this. We will remain in support of these programs and the community. So thank you.
And I just want to add, because we talk about the criminal justice all the time and the changes that are coming. And it takes people like you, Judge Jackson, Judge Crusoe, to make those changes. I mean, it takes a village, and we can see here all the people that make this possible. For many years, the thought was, hey, put them in jail and throw the key away. Now we're seeing that people, can go back to have a family like Jennifer. That with the right treatment, there's a lot of people that have a disease of alcoholism or drug abuse that don't belong in jail. That is more expensive to the regular taxpayer, to keep them in jail, that to give them the opportunity of coming back into society and have a normal life, like everybody else. Give that opportunity to people. And I think that that's what you all have done. You are changing the way people see the criminal justice system by giving a second chance, by giving an opportunity, by, creating the support. Because let's face it, the support, Jennifer, is what you're going to need from now on. You did the hardest part right now by graduating, but the rest is going to be the challenge, the day-by-day challenge of living, without the disease of drugs. So with that being said, thank you to everything you all do, because I see many organizations here today, many support groups that make cases like Jennifer a big success and stop the recidivism into the criminal justice system. So thank you all for being here, great recognition, and thank you for everything you all do. Judge,
Public Defender's Office can't say enough about you, Chief.
Yes,
Thank you.
I agree.
But there's also data collection here. There's also CASA that works with kids and families. There's, just the whole spectrum of what's needed to address this, of Homeward Bound and what they've done for drug abuse and mental health and that. So how can you, just pull it apart? No, it's everybody supporting each other in order that there are testimonies and that it is a system that can work through a lot of hard work. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Shalita Green, and I am a supervisor for the Probation Department in Specialty Court. I am here representing IIP in place of Judge Ernest White, who is not able to be here today. We would like to thank you for the recognition today. And we are very excited to celebrate 15 years with IIP this year.
Wow.
With me, I'm accompanied by 3 participants in the IIP program who would like to say a word with their experience in the IIP program. Their names are Elijah Blair, Jordan Price, and Cedric Miller. Would you please come forward?
My name is Jordan Price. I attend IIP Court, Judge White. It really changed the way that I have a view on life, knowing that Judge White did give me a second chance. Due to my mistakes, I know that he never judged me. My probation officer is over there, Mr. Williams. He really have kept me on the right path, on doing the right thing. And sometimes, it get frustrating and aggravating, going to classes and having to do this and having to do that. But, also I'm still trying to live my life. And, it's nothing like gaining freedom. And one of the most valuablest things that you can take away from a person is his time. And time is very valuable. You can't get it back. Of course, God gave us free will, so we do have to make those right decisions or we'll have to face the consequences. I appreciate everybody. I appreciate Judge White again for, giving me another chance at life. And, I appreciate my wife for continuously, guiding me and, telling me everything's going to be okay. And I know everything's going to be okay. The court, Judge White Court is there to help us. Not just to send us away or, it's more about accountability, owning up to your actions and, of course, facing those consequences. We was, doing whatever we were doing, so we had to face those, allegations and, be man enough to take care of our responsibility. And we appreciate y'all for even giving, Judge White the opportunity for IIP. And that's it. Thank you.
You sounded real good. I think Judge White wrote that speech for you, but you remember all the real well. Good job. Good job.
Thank you.
How y'all doing? My name is Elijah Blair. Can y'all hear me? I'm really nervous right now, so I ain't had to do something like this in a long time, but I just want to start out by thanking God for being here because I can't say that I'm not supposed to be here this morning. I just had a car accident last night. Like, somebody ran into me last night. I was really like, I was telling my mama last night, like, Mama, I probably won't make it to the speech. I'm hurting. My body hurting right now as we speak, but I'm good though. Like, but man, I just want to thank y'all. You know what I'm saying for having me here today. I thank Judge White for putting me in the program because without the program, man, I ain't no telling where I'd be for real. It was definitely a big help, Mr. Ashley. My PO, like Miss Greens, I've been probably locked up everywhere in Texas. So I mean, so that's the only thing I know. So it's jail, so the streets. But with Judge White program, it really opened my eyes to a lot. Like it made me more considerate, like thinking about others. Like man, it's so much I want to just say, but I like I don't even know where to start. But so I just want to say thank you. So that's it. Okay. I'm just glad to be here.
Good morning. My name is Cedric Miller. Thank you to each and every one of y'all, as well as Judge White in his absence. I mean, both of these gentlemen kind of touch base on everything that I would have said. I mean, Judge White really gave us an opportunity to, hold ourselves accountable for the mistakes that we made. In my case, it was my first offense. My life kind of just turned around when I started using, and I didn't know what I was gonna do. For all intents and purposes, I should be gone right now. But I was given an opportunity, and I told him this verbatim, that I wanted to display that I wanted to be a better person, that I know that the mistakes that I've made and the choices that I've made, not even mistakes, but simply the choices that I made, deserve consequences, and that I can show that I've learned from it, and that I'm internalizing what needs to be internalized. And I really don't know where I'd be without the opportunity that Judge White gave me to clean myself up, to show that, you know, life of, you know, criminality and drug usage is for the birds, you know, as we say. You know, it's no, some people don't come back from that, you know, mentally, emotionally, and physically being, you know, incarcerated. And that was the worst time I've ever felt in my life, you know, being away from my children, my family. But I'm here, you know, and I'm glad to be here. I'm glad for the support that we get from our officers, from the court, and we're just very grateful. I say that on behalf of everybody in the program. We're very grateful for it, and that's all I got. I appreciate you all. Thank you.
That's all you need.
Thank you for being here, sharing your story. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll post up.
Beautiful work. Thank you. Glad you're here. Well
No,
said.
thank you. Thank you.
Squeeze in a little bit.
As the kids say, thank y'all for representing. Come on in here.
Well, we have bilingual stuff.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you. Jay Daughtry? Thank you. Thank you. Hey, good to see you, man.
We'll see you, we'll see you, absolutely.
Hey,
Ms. Laval, good to see
how are
you.
you? Good,
I
good.
know that we've been talking. We're not done yet, you know that.
Oh,
A lot of loving folks.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, the,
Thank you so much, actually.
no, this is the flame.
And on that very feel-good moment of when, yes, the system can work, it is with great pleasure and great pride that we talk about the next resolution, which is the Dallas County Deflects ribbon cutting that is coming up. So I know we have a variety of people here. We've got Judge Crusoe, who is very instrumental. We've got Parkland Hospital. We've got Ms. Minter. We've got Homeward Bound with Doug Denton. And there may be a few other people here, Criminal Justice Department. So many people have come together to make this a dream come true, which is good. Whereas Dallas County, the Dallas County District Attorney's Office, Parkland Hospital, and the Dallas Police Department have partnered with Homeward Bound to establish Dallas County Deflects, an interdisciplinary intervention agency committed to positively addressing and breaking the repetitive cycle of incarceration for those vulnerable members of our community burdened with mental health and/or substance abuse disorders. And whereas the criminal justice approach to addressing homelessness often includes legal sanctions that result in disproportionately high arrest rates for criminal offenses such as criminal trespass, enforcement actions create the perception of criminalization of the homeless and have proven to be an ineffective method for reconnecting them back from the streets to society. It also contributes to the endless cycle of homeless persons from the streets into the criminal justice system or hospital emergency rooms and back to the streets. And whereas one method that has proven to be much more effective than what the criminal justice system has provided is a crisis respite center instead of arrest and jail. A crisis respite center provides effective mental health and substance abuse disorder services to people, thus helping them take the first step up the ladder of reentry into society. Dallas County Deflects was established to provide wraparound services and support for our fellow citizens who face these challenges on a daily basis and have no other way to establish a support system. And whereas the primary goal of Dallas County Deflects is to ultimately improve the lives of individuals living with behavioral health issues, it is important that these members of our community be redirected away from the Dallas County Jail and the criminal justice system altogether, and into vital rehabilitation services and resources in an effort to address their long-term core needs. And whereas the success of Dallas County Deflects not only depends on the commitment of our political leadership and law enforcement, but also on our business and private community partners, our citizen leaders to support, enhance, and sustain the important and vital mission of the Dallas County Deflects. Thank you to all the financial contributors who believe in and support this initiative. Homeward Bound, the AT&T Foundation, the Parkland Foundation, the Honorable John Crusoe, the Roman Catholic Diocese, the Texas Bar Foundation, the Mark Cuban Foundation, the Lydia Hill Foundation, the Dallas County Commissioners Court, the U.S. Department of Justice, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and the United Way of Greater Dallas. Now, therefore, the Dallas County Commissioners Court recognizes the opening of Dallas County Deflects and congratulates Dallas County, the Dallas County District Attorney's Office, as well as partner agencies Homeward Bound, Parkland Hospital, the Dallas Police Department, and the North Texas Behavioral Health Authority. Together, we will work to create a new cycle of recovery and treatment for a group of Dallas County residents who often have nowhere to go. And I so move.
Second.
I believe Commissioner Price won that race. All those in favor,
He just has a
signify
deeper
by
voice.
saying aye.
Aye.
Y'all are like Charles Barkley and Kenny running to the wall today. Everybody's like trying to get that second in.
Judge, first of all, one reason I wanted to rush to second it is because, first of all,
Because he wants to speak first.
it's in my district. Number two, again, being around here, this is not a new idea here. But again, I'm gonna go back to Judge Crusoe. Taking delegation for the last 15 years down to Houston to see about everything from direct filing to these kind of programs, and everybody said, yeah, we're gonna do it, but you need to give us 30 more DAs, in intake. You need to give us this, again, that. And again, Judge Crusoe came in and made some very courageous decisions. And then, after they finally discovered it was going to be in my district in a certain place, we had to have neighborhood meetings, which nobody shied away from. The zoning was already on the ground, and we did that. Head up, dealt with the neighborhood. And I want to thank the neighborhood, because I think what the neighborhood now is going to see the kind of asset it brings, especially with the Parkland hospitals, which at one time did nothing but drive a Holmes van up there, at least, doctor, I'm sorry. I know. No, don't be trying to point nobody else, I'm talking to you. Anyway, the Holmes van came up in there at least twice, maybe it was twice a week, once a week. And now Parkland is embedded in the community. And so I want again, I'm gonna stay on some problem with Parkland. Parkland does a lot of things right. And so I just want to say thank you. It's been a long time getting to that. We've walked that property. We walked with your board of directors. We've watched it, and I just want to say thank you to all of you, because that's the way we've gotten here. It's been a long road, but the journey of 1,000 miles
Yeah, who gets
begins
to go
with a
first?
single step.
Doug Denton.
Well, and I just want to add to that, yes, this is not a new idea, but it's a new implementation. And you can talk and talk and talk for as long as you want, but until someone comes and brings all the people together, until you have the connector and the amalgamator, nothing happens. And this is what I like about this. All these groups that Commissioner Daniel just mentioned have been here for a long time. We all knew each other. We all work together. We work and cross paths with clients, with programs, with funding all the time. But it took a leader. It took someone that said, okay, I'm going to make it happen, and I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, because that's another thing. I mean, where's the cash? What have you done for me lately, right? And that's exactly what John Crusoe did. And Judge, you've been on this for a very long time. So you knew all the points, you knew all the organizations, you knew the commitment, you knew what it takes, and you were able to execute it. And that's the difference. So thank you so much to all of you for following a leader that has a record of achievement. And I'm not saying because it's campaign season, okay? I mean, it's because it's true. And I congratulate you all, because you're following the right leadership. And once you have a neighborhood coming with you, that is the solution. That is the success. And that is what's going to bring this to a different level. So thank you to all of you. Thank you, Judge.
Well, thank you. And I want to add in my thanks and congratulations. And as we said before, the ideas are not new. The implementation is going to be critical, but the acceptance is a major shift in the way that we think. I mean, we saw Jennifer up here, and she had to have the discipline every day to defeat addiction, right? She had to have the discipline to start down that road, and you don't get there by putting her in fear. Where she was in life, and where a lot of those folks are in life, are because of fear. And it is very difficult for the criminal justice system to step back from the model of fear. You're afraid to commit a crime because if you do X, Y, and Z, it is very difficult, and you will be called names when you try to implement a system not based on fear but based on love. Accepting the individual and realizing that you cannot break them down any further. The only way to get them in a place where they're a productive member of society is through an institution that is disciplined enough to give them the love they need to grow. And for some folks, hearing that makes their stomach turn, because all they want to do is hate the addict. All they want to do is turn away the individual with severe mental illness, right? Oh, they're under an underpass. They're someone else's problem. Why are they doing this to me? Oh, no. You got to reach out to them with love and in a very disciplined manner. And the discipline's on the individual and the discipline's on our systems. And we're getting that discipline. And I'm very happy to see it. We're gonna fail sometimes, right? But we got to maintain that discipline and never allow ourselves to get back to the system of fear. That's our default. I want to thank you for moving forward with that. And really that major shift from fear to love, it sounds love, peace, hopey, but listen, if the barbarian Republican up here is saying it's got to have something to it, right? So.
Amen.
But this is definitely something for me, right after I was elected in 2012. It was beginning national efforts addressing where criminal justice and public health come together, and where data-driven justice is what, trying to put ourselves in a better position so that now, here we are 9 years later, through leadership from a whole variety of people, but Judge Crusoe, obviously, when you stepped up and said, no, I am going to put my money where my mouth is, that led the rest of all of us to come together and say, oh, I think I've got something to add to this picture too. And it's not that we were already there, and it was pulling together, what did we need to make the package? But it is with great pride that, yes, in fact, this is going to be something that is added to Dallas County's way of looking at criminal justice and mental health and substance abuse, where we can bring it together. And obviously, Doug Denton is somebody who's been doing this, a lot of years, 25, 30 years. So you might have something to say about it.
We've been in this community for over 40 years now, working on this project. And this is a result of that work. I thank you, Judge Jenkins, Commissioner Daniel, for the resolution. the commissioners for supporting the work that we've done for years, starting out working with the courts and probation, working with Judge Crusoe 20 years ago in the divert court. You're right, this is not a new idea. We were talking about this with the city. 20 years ago, we talked about this with the Department of Criminal Justice with Ron Stretcher 10 years ago, and it took Judge Crusoe's and the political will of this court to bring this to fruition. And we are so looking forward to getting it started. The partnership of the groups represented behind me has been incredible. It's taken a lot of words. We have worked through the pandemic to this point and have, I think, overcome a lot of barriers in communication and understanding to get to this point. But again, it's all of you. It's Judge Crusoe that has brought this forward. It's been political will, and it's something that I haven't seen in 40, too many years to mention, in this community. I think, Commissioner Price, you and I got started here about the same time back in the day. So, you know, I appreciate the support and the care that you have shown for this community.
And courage.
Courage, indeed.
Courage. That's it. Judge.
Well, thank you all. Everybody knows I'm hard-headed. There's not a question about that. But I'm happy to say I have some hard-headed people, harder-headed people here with me. Kim Nesbitt, Julie Turnbull, maybe Marcia. I don't know if Marcia's here. No. Paul Hamilton. This was a group effort. You know, I have to run that office. There's a lot of facets to it, and this is just one thing. And so they were able to take the ball, run with this, bring people together, have the meetings. You know, the whole Mark Cuban thing is because of Kim Nesbitt and her connection there. And that turned out to be like a $250,000 contribution for security, so you can't beat that. And then, of course, you all's vision to see this and put the money into it in Parkland to help it go. I'm just glad to be here and to say that we actually accomplished it, you know, in the fourth year of this administration. We're about to open this up, and I think it's a good thing for the community. I think it's a good thing for the mentally ill, the homeless. I think it's a good thing for the police. I think that we're turning the corner in many respects in policing in this community and other communities, that jail is not the absolute answer for everyone and everything. And this will be just another example where we make progress. So thank you all for your support. Appreciate it.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
And all the services are also bilingual services.
Are there more words?
We're coming up.
Are there more photos?
Trying to get Parkland to speak up, but they're being shy.
Well, they're there when it counts, let me tell you.
Only 40 years.
Only 40.
Yeah.
40 plus.
Yeah, 40 plus.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
And we love Parkland, regardless of whatever Commissioner
Yeah,
Price says.
right. I love everything except the monkey. Don't start. Don't start.
Hello, it's good to see you.
You gotta come down and see it.
Okay. Yes. Good to see you. No, I mean, just keep some of the bilingual programs.
Is it 10 or what? 10?
We're working.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
And the actual ribbon cutting is this Friday at 10 o'clock?
Arrive at 10.
10 o'clock.
Cut the ribbon at 10:30.
Okay.
Okay.
Get to eat.
We'll be there.
So we'll see you there at Homeward Bound. Thank you.
We've got one more.
It's funny because I asked them and they said,
Well, prayer is
because I said her like twice on the list. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And, well, as the audience clears, I just want to say that the last resolution is for our good friends of BAPS Charities in Dallas. It will be given at a later date, so they're not here today, and it's in support of the Susan G. Komen Foundation that, as every year BAPS Charities, helps. So the resolution reads as follows. Whereas BAPS Charities is an international nonprofit organization committed to serving our society. Its guiding principle is that every individual deserves the right to a peaceful, dignified, and healthy way of life. Whereas the main goal of BAPS Charity is to serve and care for individuals, families, and communities in need by providing high-quality health services at a low cost in a variety of innovative ways, including numerous humanitarian services in the areas of healthcare, education, environment, community development projects, and disaster relief. And whereas this year BAPS Charities Dallas is hosting In the Joy of Others walk around to support the Susan G. Komen Foundation. This event is organized to celebrate the most fundamental element of any community, our families. Whereas walkers, runners of all ages come together to support the Susan G. Komen Foundation and their efforts to raise awareness and fund research to prevent and cure breast cancer. 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer during their lifetime, having broad-ranging impact on individuals, families, and communities. And whereas nearly 1,100 local participants are expected to join in support of this worthy cause. In addition, the annual In the Joy of Others walk run, BAPS Charities actually supports health and well-being efforts throughout the year through health fairs, health awareness lectures, and Children's Health and Safety Day. And whereas BAPS Charities also organize other socially responsible and humanitarian events through the year like blood donation drives, food drives, and of course, Earth Day. Everyone is invited to participate in this event. So therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does officially congratulates and commends BAPS Charities on their support to the Susan G. Komen Foundation in Dallas County, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Judge, and it will be given at the event in a few weeks. Now, I would like to have a moment of privilege, Judge. I want to introduce two people that are in the audience today. The first one is Crisia Acevedo. Ms. Crisia, would you please stand up? She takes now the position of Secretary for Road and Bridge number 4. She's a proud mother of 3. She joins our team with a strong administrative background. She has spent the past 3 years furthering her education. In 2020, she completed her associate's degree in political science and is currently pursuing her bachelor's degree in criminal justice. Her goal is to be an advocate for minority groups, especially in the Latino community. Having been raised by immigrant parents, she knows the struggles and barriers that the Latino community endures every day, and she seeks to help them with their needs. Crisia, welcome. We're looking forward to working with you, and you can see my colleagues too. The second person today is Misael Mendes. Misael Mendes, would you please stand up, Misael? He's a student at Dallas College. He works for the Dallas Democratic Party. He has been an intern with different elected officials, among them with the state representative, Victoria Niave Criado, and he's interested in government. So he is going with different offices of elected officials, learning about government in Dallas County. Misael, welcome. I hope you have a great day and you learn a lot today. We need you. Thank you, colleagues, and that's my piece.
Judge, need to be recognized as a motion to suspend the agenda.
So, second.
All those in favor, signify by saying
Aye.
Aye.
Ken Nolan, come on up.
Come on, Mr. Nolan. You're the man of the...
Ken, I wanted to make you sit here through all of my speeches. I got a lot more.
I enjoy every one.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah, the more we can waste your time, the less you can work on those cases against the taxpayers. But I'm not mad at you about this.
Good. It's always hard to follow all these uplifting stories, and then here I am. So I'll try to be as uplifting as I possibly can.
Can you introduce yourself, Mr. Nolan, and
Yes.
say that we do not appoint you, pay you, or anything?
You do not. I am Ken Nolan. I am the Executive Director, Chief Appraiser of the Dallas Central Appraisal District. We serve 61 taxing units. I have with me today Ms. Cheryl Jordan, who's our Director of Community Relations. Some of you know Cheryl.
The best
And
of the best.
thank you, and we appreciate that. I'm here, as I do every year, to tell you about what we're doing, about our reappraisal activity, what the market's doing, things like that. This is the largest reappraisal we have ever undertaken since 1982 when we started, when we did we had to do every single property in Dallas County because we were new. There's a couple of reasons for that. One, due to COVID, we were shut down for about 2 months in 2020, and our 2020 work plan bled into 21, and we lost some time. So last year, we only reappraised about 39% of the county. The other reason is, I think, obvious to everyone who lives in the Metroplex. We have never seen, in the 41 years we've been around, we have never seen a real estate market like this. We always used to point to places like Miami, Las Vegas, Phoenix. Dallas is not that place. Well, Dallas is that place now. If you've watched TV on any given day, you will see a news report in the newspaper, TV, on the internet somewhere that talks about the housing market increasing anywhere from, I've seen as low as 15% to some places 25 or 30%. And it's not just isolated to Dallas County. I talked to my counterparts in Williamson County. Home values in 1 year in Williamson County went up 40%. Travis County, the same thing. So we're not as extreme as some of those other places. But again, we've never really seen real estate appreciation in Dallas County like we have in the last 2 years.
And do you think that a lot of that is supply chain, and when we get out of this mess with our supply chain, we'll be able to build enough houses and some of these prices will go down?
Well, one thing we have to remember about Dallas County is we don't have that much space left. We'll never go back. Most of the space is in the southern sector, and that's where we've seen some of the largest growth in the last 5 to 10 years for that reason. But we'll never go back to the days of the 80s and 90s when we had large amounts of new homes every year. Those spaces are gone now. So it's always going to be an inventory shortage as long as Dallas County remains to be as desirable as it is, and it is very desirable. The governments, the cities, the county, the schools work well. Our roads are good. It's a very desirable place for people, not only from outside of Texas, but in Texas who want to live in Dallas as well. So I think there's always going to be an inventory problem. A normal inventory, they say, real estate experts say, is 6 months supply. We have less than a month and a half supply of homes for sale right now. And again, Judge, counties like Collin and Denton are exploding in growth because they do have the open space to do that. But again, I would tell people, maybe this is personal pride because I work here, I'd say, come to Dallas County, it's a better place.
Well, and the challenge we have in the southern sector, while we've got all of the land, we have a challenge in terms of the infrastructure, as we talked about today, with floodplain, but more than that, just the basic infrastructure of water and sewer. And people don't realize land is fine, but if you don't have that infrastructure, it takes a while to get there. And most of the franchise utilities are not willing to make that kind of investment. And I'll just take gas. I won't call the gas company, but just in my district alone, across that inland port, just to get gas, natural gas, $50 million investment. That's just natural gas. It's not water. It's not sewer. And so, it's a real challenge. You can have all the land in the world. If you don't have the infrastructure, it doesn't matter.
When you were talking about the floodplain, I thought that you may have stopped the water from flooding in our building, but the flood of people has not been stopped, I can assure you.
Yeah.
All right. As you know, we have three main types of property: residential, commercial, and business personal property. Texas is one of the minority of states that taxes inventory and furniture and fixtures. Let's talk about residential. We reappraised over almost 604,000 accounts for 2022. As
And
compared,
what is that percentage? Because you just mentioned that you
that's-
only appraised 39%.
I'm going to show you a chart in 1 second that will show you
Okay,
that.
sorry.
As compared, as I said, last year was a light year of us. We only did about 217,000. Mobile homes we do every year. We have about 13,000 of them. We had 6,000 new construction permits. So that's 6,000 new homes in Dallas County. And then we had 46,000 miscellaneous permits. And that's remodels, people adding additions, people adding pools. You know, all the cities are very cooperative with us. We receive all the building permits so we know what's going on out there. Plus we get aerial photographs. We can identify changes in property and things of that nature. Now, Commissioner Garcia, as you can see, that represented 90% of all the homes in Dallas County were reappraised this year. And again, that's the largest amount since 1982.
So
when we
90,
started.
so the ones that were appraised last year got reappraised this year too?
Yes. And if you remember, in the case of residential property, we don't do a geographic reappraisal. We reappraise based on need, and that need is our goal is to be between 95 and 100% of market value, as we're told to be by the state of Texas, and as we're judged every other year by the comptroller's office when they study our rolls. So that meant 90% of all the homes in Dallas County fell out of that 95 to 100% ratio that we need to be at. And you can see it's pretty much evenly spread across the county.
I'm just asking the question, it's not a rhetorical question, but it strikes me as a little bit unfair that we reappraised and raised taxes on 39% of the people last year, and now we're reappraising those same houses and raising their taxes, whereas last year, 61% of people didn't see their appraisals.
Well, and the other reason for that last year too was, if you remember back in coming out of 20 and into 21, because our values are January 1. So last year they were January of 21, January 1st is the assessment date. We weren't still sure, nor were real estate people still sure where the market was going to go after COVID. We started to hear some things about houses are still going up. We started to hear some things that commercial property values were coming back. Hotel occupancy was going up. No one was quite sure. 22, there was no question on January 1st of 2022, what was going on in the real estate market in Dallas County.
Well, but the problem I got, Judge, with that is that they appraised my property last year and it has a value, and then they appraised it again this year as a value. It's only going to be the difference between that value last year and the value this year. It's not as though, I'm having to. I mean, it's going to catch me.
Weren't not those appraisals last year, those 39% middle class homes?
Yes.
No, they were. No. Yeah, we had an issue with Mesquite and Garland due to the comptroller's office, so we reappraised 100% of those two entities.
Yeah.
And so yes, you're probably right.
So if the Mesquite homeowner paid, these are silly examples, but if he paid $5 more than the homeowner in Coppell because his house stayed the same last year, and it's a heck of a lot more than $5. But and then he turns around, he's getting reappraised, he's paying $10 more this year. It's $15. His counterpart outside of Mesquite didn't pay $15, he paid $10. And again, these are stupid numbers because we're talking about thousands of dollars.
And you're right, Judge. I mean, when you see the amount of the percentage of people that were appraised, 61% weren't.
Yeah, and that's that. Well,
but we were still. Let me say that. That being said, we were still within that 95 to 100% 2 years ago, January 1. So they didn't really require reappraisal either. Because again, I'm judged by the comptroller's office. I have to reappraise.
Affordable houses are at now. They're in Mesquite and Garland. Those two big places where you can still get a relatively affordable house. So,
and those are the areas that are seeing the highest increase percentage-wise in value because they are, whatever that means, affordable.
Right. Yeah, and that's bothersome because when we go to the effective rate, and some guy with $1 million mansion, or I guess $1 million isn't a mansion anymore in this market, but whatever it is, whatever a mansion is, he's not going to go up the way that house in Mesquite went up.
But that's the way the market reacts.
No, and it's worrisome because you can't say, okay, so in a middle class home, we're going to put the rate here because you went up so much, so that you're going to pay what you paid last year. The best we can do is take the amalgamation of the whole thing, the median, and if it's 24%, decreasing by 24%.
And to that point, though, it becomes critical that we really lean on the legislature to increase the homestead exemption.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Because when you look at, for your taxes for your schools, right, you get the $40,000 flat. They need to move to $100,000 flat exemption. No more, the 20% is great when you have $1 million home.
Yeah.
20% on a $400,000 house is not nearly enough, right?
Exactly.
So they need to go to a flat 100,000 exemption, and then that way those households in Mesquite and Garland see real relief.
Here's something we 100% agree on. And another problem is that if you're in a $400,000 house, all this inflation is hitting you harder than the person who's living in a $3 million house.
Absolutely.
So
the system.
I realize this is not your problem. You got to adjust.
Well, we are empathetic to the problem, and we see the people come in, and we hear the stories that, it's my house value has gone up so much, and I really haven't done anything to it, and the real estate market is setting the value. So Commissioner Koch, you're absolutely right. There needs to be things done to help the homeowners in the state of Texas because of what's going on right now. And the trouble is, we all know this is not a permanent situation. Let's just think back about 10 or 12 years.
Yeah.
I would come down here and tell the court, you're only going to lose 20% of your value this year. Yeah. Those things happened back in the old days.
So let's talk about it hypothetically. So if we have a recession, it's theoretically possible that $400,000 house, which is a whole new set of problems for the middle class, but that $400,000 house somebody bought this year is now going to be worth $320,000.
Absolutely, and we lowered, I can't tell you, hundreds of thousands of homes back in 09, 10, 11, and 12.
Yeah.
That's just our reappraisal. As I talked about, we don't do things geographically. It's based on needs. So we cover the whole county. Everything in red are neighborhoods we're reappraising. So it covers virtually all of Dallas County. What do we know? New construction is probably similar to last year's number of homes. As I said, we only have so much space left. Most entities are seeing a significant increase in market value due to the strong real estate market. And we released on May 9th, we released our preliminary values to everybody, and they were startling. And I'll get to that in a minute. Most resident homesteads will cap in 2022. If you remember, if you have a homestead, there's a 10% cap. With the real estate market going up more than 10% in 1 year, you'll hit your cap. And that's at 10%.
Well, what about renters?
The legislature does not provide any relief for them. And we anticipate record protests in 2022 from owners and our agents. As I left the office this morning, we currently have 164,000 protests. Our high water mark was 2 years ago, 178. I can almost with 100% surety tell you we will pass 178 in the next couple of days.
And
I did all I could to help you make that happen.
And we appreciate that.
Last time you were here, Mr. Nolan, you said you recommended, that people protest.
No, and I stand by that. No one knows their home better than the person who owns the home. A lot of people tell me, if I'm a homeowner, should I hire a tax consultant? Well, why would you send a stranger down to our office to fight your case in a house, let's say you've lived in for 10 or 20 years, you know everything about it, you know everything that's good about it, everything that's bad about it, and oh, by the way, this person's going to charge you 50% of the savings you may get. There's really no reason to do that.
And let me ask that question I want to make sure I understand this. So, the person hires the tax appraisal people, and I believe they want, what is it, like 40 or 50% of the money?
Typically, yes.
So, your home was worth $400,000 last year. It's appraised at $500,000 this year.
Mm-hmm.
They get it lowered to $470,000, but you're capped at $440,000. Did they get money out of that homeowner's pocket?
Well, there's some of them we found that in small print on the contract says our fee is based on a reduction in market value, not tax savings.
Okay, so you need if you're out
you need
there
to
in the
make
public,
sure you read the fine print.
Ask that question because
you may not save anything, but you're paying somebody.
Right.
And about over 70% of all our protests are filed by tax agents.
70%?
Over 70%. On commercials, commercials probably 90%. But residential, and this is something new that's happened in the last 10 years. 10 years ago, residential tax consultants really weren't around. Most tax consultants didn't want to mess with homeowners and homes. But now you have these companies that do exclusively nothing but and file tens of thousands of protests on property that they've never seen. They don't know anything about it. So why would you pay somebody to do that?
Okay.
Because otherwise, most people will tell you they will not succeed in the protest.
But
Unless they show up, they take out of their jobs, they have all the paperwork, they have all the pictures. For the average homeowner of the house that gets the highest, increase, those are the residents that don't have the time to be following this process.
Since COVID, we have gone probably more exclusively to, you don't have to come see us. You can file online, you can upload all your documents, all your pictures, you can have a hearing on the telephone.
So let me ask you this,
How many of these, okay, you say you have the biggest increase, okay? And I believe you. How much is that increase in the $400,000 home and below?
Oh, substantial. And COVID COVID is what convinced people. For years, we tried to get people to use telephone hearings, use our online portal, and we would get about the same amount every year. COVID hit, and that number skyrocketed. Now people have had a good experience with it, and they realize they don't have to come down there.
And Ken, the first step in this is people, as I understand it, because this is how you've explained it to me, I want to make sure I get this right and that maybe he gets it. You can put in the number you think your house is worth. You can send the pictures of your wood rot and your old appliances and your cracks in the walls and whatever it is. And there's an informal, I guess, settlement conference, right?
Right. Now, what we've gone to is we tell people now, file a protest with us, attach your documentation, either hard copy or electronically. We will contact you back, either by email, if that's the way you prefer, or telephone call. We've tried to cut down the number of face-to-face informals from the way we used to do business because of technology and also because of COVID and safety. We had one of our windows shot out the other day, so we're very aware of the safety factor as well.
With that informal, if they don't get satisfaction there, they still have that opportunity to go out and hire these companies that represent them.
Right. As long as you show up at a hearing and you've filed an agency authorization saying that Joe Smith is going to represent me, and we have that form on file. As long as you do it before the hearing, yes, you could talk to somebody informally, not be happy, hire someone to show up with you at the hearing, or you could send them in your place.
And everybody's going to get both things. They're going to get a chance to have an informal discussion.
If they request one, yes.
If they request one.
And provide documents.
And provide documents.
Because if you don't provide documents, we don't have anything to talk about. I mean, we have many people who come in there and say, my taxes are too high. Well, we're here to talk about the value of your house. Well, that's fine, but my taxes are too high. Yeah. And you're right. I can't help those people.
I get it. Can't have the cake and eat it. So documentation is a must.
Yes. Pictures that paint 1,000 words, Dr. Garcia.
But I think what really helps the public, especially with those so-called protest advocates, I would love to know what is the average percentage of those individuals, what they are able to accomplish. I mean, 50% of $1.
It changes, and some of them are
Well,
really
no,
high.
average. Oh, no, average. Because if in fact Mesquite's in my district, if individuals are over there are hiring those protest advocates, I want to know. Because if they're only saving them, $50 or $100, it's not worth it. And I don't know if you should in terms of.
Well, we do keep, but we're also limited from keeping statistics by the legislature because another large appraisal district, who I won't mention, would keep a score sheet every day. And if the ARB wasn't doing what they'd like, they'd swap out ARB members to get a better result. So the legislature says we're not allowed to keep a whole lot of statistics about who wins and who loses type of thing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it's sad that had to happen, but that's what happened.
So
I will tell you, Commissioner Price, that a lot of the residential consulting firms focus on North Dallas, the Park Cities, East Dallas, Lakewood, the higher dollar value homes, because that's the biggest bang for their buck. They don't want to, sad to say, they don't want to mess with a $200,000 home or $300,000 home in Mesquite or Bald Springs or DeSoto or whatever. So there's certain areas they focus on, and we've seen that over the years. In fact, that's where the practice really started, was in the higher end homes. Now there's so many of these people, they're starting to move down the food chain to see what, just to get business kind of thing. It's, like I said, the system, when the system was enacted in 1979, our first year in 1982, I said we did 100% of every single property. And back then that was about 650,000 properties. Today we've got 840,000. We might have had 40,000 protests back then. And we went 15, 20 years, 40,000, maybe 60,000, 50,000. It's only been within the last 10 years that we've crossed the 100,000 barrier. And we're about to cross the 200,000 barrier. And it's across the state that this is happening. One, because taxes have become so high, it's a big ticket item for most homeowners. Secondly, in Dallas County, I'm not bragging, but we make it easy enough. I always remember this, that there was a gentleman who came in one day, and he looked at me and he said, boy, this is the easiest thing I've ever done, and I'm going to come back every year, and I'm going to tell all my neighbors to come with me. I said, well, I appreciate the compliment, but... So we make it somewhat easy. Like I said, Dr. Siri, as you said, I'm always telling people, come protest. If you disagree with this, that's the point of the process. But I don't think the legislature ever anticipated, with the time frame that they've given us, remember, I have to be done by July 25th, that appraisal districts, we're going to get 200. If we get 200, Harris County will get probably 450,000 protests. So I don't think anyone ever anticipated the system. And if they don't do something about the system, sooner or later the system's going to break. And I don't know what the alternative. I don't think you want the alternative. I don't think you want the state, for example, taking over property taxes.
What is the deadline? What is the deadline for filing?
It was Monday, May 16th.
It was yesterday.
Yeah.
It's May 16th or 30 days from the date you receive a notice. Now we do 3 mailings. The first mailing was the big one, all of the real estate. We have a business personal property mailing where that deadline's still out there. And then we do a third mailing where it's aircraft, pipelines, utility companies, things like that. But the minimum is always 30 days to protest. All right, commercial. Offices, retail, hotels, industrial, apartment, everybody's going to see an increase. The apartment market in DFW, we've had the highest rent increases of anywhere in the country in the last year in DFW as a whole. And we've been chasing apartment values now for over 5 years. Hotels, occupancy is higher now than it was before the pandemic. Retail's doing well.
Back up. We're the highest in the country because of what?
Rent increases in DFW as a whole. Rent increases in apartments, and there's more apartments under construction in the DFW area right now than anywhere else in the country.
Remember that, Commissioner, because we don't.
We had 360 new construction permits. We had 2,500 miscellaneous permits. Again, now, commercial, we target about 36% up front. Now, let me explain. Commercial, because this is a non-disclosure state, we get a lot of the information after we send the notices out. Right. We'll look at, due to the fact that tax consultants are representing this stuff, we'll talk about every single commercial property before the day's over. But as far as what we targeted up front, it's 36% of the file. Where residential, we have the information up front. We have sales, we have all the building permits and things like that. So it's an odd way to work, but that's the way the state of Texas chooses to do business. That's a map of our commercial reappraisal.
Well, if people have a right, do they not, to ask to just write a letter and say, can I have all of your evidence?
Yes.
As to why my house
Absolutely.
is worth $500,000 this year as opposed to $300,000.
That's been the law for a long time now.
And it's just a simple letter or an email. What's the easiest way for them to do that?
Email. We'd love to get emails. It's much easier for us to work on email. Much easier. After they protested, you get the data.
After they.
Right, after you protest. All right, as I said,
everybody should do that.
New construction is similar to last year. The market remains strong, especially industrial, after COVID, with people like Amazon, Walmart, Kroger. Industrial space is a hot market right now. People are wanting distribution centers because of the shop at home thing that happened during COVID. And as I said, the apartment market we've been chasing now for about 5 years. Hotel and retail are doing well. The office market may still see an increase because you've got, even though a lot of people are working at home, you've got, one, they're starting to come back, but secondly, you've got a lot of these buildings are under a lease for the next 5 to 7 years. They're getting paid rent. There may not be anybody in there, but they're still getting paid rent. And many sales transactions, I like to talk about it. There's investment value and there's market value. And a lot of the transactions you see in Dallas in commercial properties are investment value. In other words, you can't logically sit down and make a case as to why you paid what you did. And I can't capture that part. I can only capture true, fair market value.
Yeah, but let me just also tell you, in residential, and what I am definitely, I was in two cities last night, residential, got a lot of investors.
Yes.
Who are coming in, and some of us are encouraging our cities to make sure, first of all, you got what I call a rent law, because these investors are coming in, and they're coming in and buying large swaths of neighborhoods. And so, and some of our more.
West Dallas.
Well, I'm talking
read stories where they're buying them, they're buying whole subdivisions before they're built.
Exactly.
Yes.
And again, commercial will see a significant increase in market value. Personal, it is what it is every year. As I said, it's inventory, it's furniture and fixtures. We've got about 74,500 accounts, 7,500 tenant accounts. Leased equipment we have to tax, it's about almost 15,000. Aircraft, special inventory, utilities, pipeline, telecom. We get about 53,800 renditions every year. If you remember, if you don't render, you're responsible for a 10% penalty if you don't. Freeport, we've got about 1,450 accounts, and then interstate allocation, which is trucking, aircraft, airlines, things like that. We've got 200 accounts. As I said, about 54,000 renditions, Freeport, interstate allocation. We do 100% of all personal property every year in every city. It's just personal property is too mobile. The inventory changes, fixtures change, so we have to do it all every year.
What does renditions mean?
You have to file with us a rendition telling us, one, you own business personal property that's taxable. And what we ask for on the rendition is a description of the asset, when did you acquire it, and what the original cost was. And then on inventory, we ask for you what your cost of inventory is. Now, you can also state an opinion of value under state law. You don't have to tell me any of that. You can say, I think my business personal property is worth $50,000, and that's it. And you've satisfied the requirement for filing a rendition. There used to be no penalty, so it's better than that.
Right? I mean, the business personal property, or did it? If I've got a manufacturer, I've got a little, I don't know what, metal shop. Okay. So I got a metal shop. I got some old machines that I use in my metal shop. Nothing new. That shouldn't have gone up too much, right?
If you've added nothing new, it probably should go down. It's depreciated another year. Right.
So y'all aren't saying, well, supply chain, you know, a lathe is worth 30. Okay.
No. Some retail businesses, as I said, are still impacted by COVID. Some companies are still cautious about adding new assets and expanding after COVID. There's still, a lot of companies are doing kind of a wait and see. Let's see if this economic boom continues. If you remember, this year is the first year that the business personal property exemption is now $2,500. It was $500. The legislature changed that last session. So if you have less than $2,500 worth of business personal property, you're exempt. You don't pay anything at all. And there's talk again in the next session of raising that.
And that goes for business.
Business personal property used in the production of income.
Okay.
We don't, obviously we don't tax your furniture.
What Commissioner Koch was saying earlier is the key point. You know, I think the legislature is doing a lousy job on reducing property taxes, and if we can get that exemption up there, $100,000, $150,000, where you don't pay on the first 100, 150, that is going to help middle-class homeowners. Everything they seem to be doing now is just helping rich people, frankly.
Well, I ain't so sure who the hell they happen, but we know they're not helping most of our cities.
They don't need to go and raise the business property tax exemption any higher than it is right now, because you necessarily push
Yeah, I mean, I own businesses, but it's people that live in $300,000 houses that need a tax break right now, not me.
Well, but I mean, that's the business is the one that gets most of the, tax breaks, or the 90%. They fight it in a 90% range compared to the people that we're talking about that fight it in a less, that according to Mr. Nolan, 70%. And this is the highest ever.
Overall, pardon me, most entities will see a significant increase in market value. Many residential homesteads will cap in 22, as I said. Commercial will see a significant increase in their preliminary market values. The only place where we lose value during the summer is mostly commercial property. It's not residential. As I said, business personal property, the exemption went from 500 to 2,500. And again, we will likely experience the largest protest activity in history.
So backing up to what you just said, where we don't lose value on residential property, what you're saying is all these people who are filing protests, most of them are going to fail? Is
No,
that historically?
no, I didn't say that at all. With commercial property, the way, as I talked about, the way the disclosure laws are in Texas and things we don't see until people come in, there's more of a chance that, if I read in the paper that Trammell Crow Tower sells for $400 million, I always tell people there's one thing I can do: send them a notice for $400 million and force that information out. I don't know what was involved in that sale. I don't know anything about the financing of that sale, anything. But when they come in, that's when we force the documents out. And it may be that market value was only $350,000. There may be, leases they had funny leases in there, above market rents. That's why values get adjusted more in commercial than residential. Because residential, here's 20 sales in your neighborhood. The average price per square foot is $200 a foot. Your house is just like the rest of them. That's pretty straightforward and pretty easy to figure out. Now again, though, that being said, as I said before, we don't go inside your house. You can come in and show us pictures, show us documents, and we will adjust accordingly.
Let me just ask you, have we seen lingering effects on, I'm talking about commercial now, with regards to what has gone on in downtown Dallas with regards to commercial values? Have we seen that kind of impact kind of play out? Is downtown leased at what level now? I know during pandemic.
Probably still in the low to mid 80s percentiles.
So no, but it was less than that during.
Oh yeah. Now when I say lease, I mean under lease. So again, I said you're going to have some buildings that got large blocks of space, but they got 7 more years on a lease to go.
Right.
So.
Right. Okay, that's my point.
Okay, market value increases. 592,000 people saw an increase on residential. 35,000 saw an increase in commercial. BPP, and that number will end up. We're still working on business personal property. So a total of 663,000 accounts out of 840 saw an increase and got an appraisal notice. We're going to mail, at the end of the day, we'll end up mailing about 753,000 notices. Again, how you can see last year was 573. Our high water mark was 2019 when we mailed 680. We've never mailed this many notices. Here's what we saw on May 9th. Residential in Dallas County was up 24%. Commercial, 25%. Personal property, 9.5%, but again, that was still in progress. And a total of 23% overall for Dallas County. City of Dallas was 22.87. DISD was 22.7. And we released all those numbers on May 9th. This was done for our board of directors, for the members in our board. Dallas County, 23%. City of Dallas, 22.87. DISD, 22.7. City of Grand Prairie was 20.5. Grand Prairie ISD was about 20. City of DeSoto was 26, DeSoto ISD 29%, City of Duncanville 29%, and Duncanville ISD 27%.
And that shows the point of where middle-class people live, they're getting hit more. So if we were to go to the no new tax rate for the county, that would, at present, and I realize it will change, but that would be 23%.
Yeah. And again, it's because.
So then the person in Duncanville just got a 6% tax increase.
But and again, those are percentage increases based on what the real estate market's doing, because those are the homes that are quote unquote affordable. Unfortunately, Judge, that affordable number keeps changing every day, and it's going this way.
Yeah, that's.
I think when I was elected, the number was 179,000, 10 years, 11 years yet. And what is it now, 380 or something?
Yeah, we're in the threes.
And
Okay.
remember, all the cities have different tax rates too, though.
Yeah.
So that will reflect differently. too.
Right, they're limited to 3.5% revenue cap based on the last legislature 2 sessions ago.
Remind us.
Schools are about 2.5%. I will tell you personal opinion, I don't think anybody's going to seek an election to go over that. I'd be surprised if they did. All right, significant dates. We mailed our first mailing of notices on April 15th. As I said, Dr. Daniels, the protest deadline for that was May 16th. Second mailing was on May 10th. That protest deadline is June 9th. The third mailing will take place on May 27th. That protest deadline is June 27th. We released our first preliminary value estimates on May 9th. They're available all day, every day online to all the taxing units. So there's no surprises at the end. They can monitor this through the whole process and know exactly how much value they have. The preliminary appraisal roll we will send every year so they can test out their software and make sure everything's working on May 26th. The ARB will approve the records on July 19th. At that time, we will be under a minimum of 10% still left in dispute when we certify by law. And then we will certify on July 25th, which I believe is a Monday this year. That's all I have. Any questions?
Will you repeat all of that again?
Thank you very much for coming and sharing the information. Appreciate it, Ken.
Thank you.
Mr. Nolan, for the record, you don't work for Dallas County.
No, I work, for the record, we are funded by all 61 taxing units in Dallas County. However, I will say this. Dallas County, when we started back in 1980, Dallas County wanted to know if we would change the makeup of our board, and in return, they would pay a higher share of our budget than normally under the levy method. And we have, Dr. Garcia, I will tell you and the rest of the court and the judge, we have been forever grateful for that. It takes a lot of pressure off the other cities and schools that pay for our budget, and we appreciate it very much. And in return, you always have have two representatives on the board. Mr. Ames, as the county assessor, who's required to be on the board, and Mr. Warren, who's your representative this time. So we greatly appreciate that. But no, we do not work directly for the county, the city. We work for those 2 gentlemen and 4 others.
And your formula for appraisal, because that's one of the most common, questions. Where does that formula for appraisal comes from?
It comes from basically, Texas is a market value state. And market value is the price that a willing buyer and a willing seller would pay for a piece of property, neither one under any duress, both knowing all the restrictions on the property. And that's in the state of Texas in the law. And Texas has always been a market value state. It wasn't really enforced until 1979 when the Pivotal bill passed and passed appraisal districts. We do not have assessment ratios in this state, as some states do. You don't tax commercial at one level and personal property at a different level and residential at a different level. We're 100%. And Representative Pivotal did that to put more transparency in the process. This is the value. This is the rate. These are the exemptions that you've been qualified for. Here's how much you pay. And it's a very, I know people in Texas are getting more dissatisfied with the system, but talking to people in other states through various professional organizations we're in, this is probably the best system in the United States. I've talked to people who, I filed a protest in Illinois 5 years ago. I'm still waiting for a hearing. Anybody who comes into our office, typically within 30 to 45 days, they know the result of what happened. And then you come along in August or September, you set a rate, and Mr. Ames sends out bills, and they know what their tax liability is for that year. That's not the case in other states in the United States.
Well, at the end of the day, of course, poor people have always been pushed out, but property that 8 years ago nobody would have wanted to touch. It's unbelievable. There are properties in South Dallas just a few years ago were a few $1,000s. They're $1 million properties now. Nothing has changed. Really? And that's really market? And that's what I try to explain when people start talking about getting what is delineated as that area. it's difficult to, I can't explain it. I mean,
We can't either.
yeah. And so that's what makes it extremely difficult. And of course, if you talk about what is, quote, defined as affordability, it's supposedly my district going south. Well, it's getting.
That may not be the case in
No.
5 or 10 years.
No. And as the judge said, yeah, 10 years ago, $179,000, $380, and I meet with those developers, look at those subdivisions, and as you said, what bothers me, and we can't stop it, is investors come in and buy up the whole damn subdivision, and there it is.
Yep.
And they determine price points.
And then it spreads to the next neighborhood and the next neighborhood. and the
I'm
next
clear.
Yeah,
I'm
that
clear.
affects. Now, Mr. Nolan, you did mention that the city of Dallas is the city that is building the most apartments in
DFW,
the
the DFW, the whole
area.
metroplex, yeah.
DFW.
There's an article in the paper, more units were under construction here than anywhere else in the country.
Anywhere else. in
Now, a
the-
lot of those are in Denton, Collin, Tarrant.
Right.
But also in the city of Dallas.
Oh, yeah, every vacant piece of, you look out the window and
Yeah.
every piece of vacant ground's got
Yeah, but you
apartment
got,
complex.
yeah, but you got to do it, relative again. These investors, at least in my cities, I'm seeing homes. I'm seeing them buy, again, homes and subdivisions, and even if we look at what we've been doing recently with our tax property sale, we see what's, Mr. Ainge, we see what's going on there. I mean, properties that you used to could buy.
We're seeing people bid 10 times more than they would have bid 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Dr. Garcia, I want to follow up on your question to
Thank
Mr.
you.
Nolan.
Can you put the mic a little closer?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
The Dallas Central Appraisal District is a separate government agency designed and created by the Texas legislature. Mr. Nolan does not work at the direction of the Commissioner's Court or the tax office. And the reason we want to put that on the record is because Dr. Garcia sees me say that in about 1 million emails a week when people are asking me questions about their property appraisals, right? It's very important that we keep that on the record. I want to commend this court for offering the maximum amount of homestead exemption allowable by law and going down, I know Commissioner KOCH just recently testified in an interim hearing asking for the ability to have more homestead exemption. Here's where you guys need to be talking to your cities. There are cities in the southern sector that don't offer a homestead at all. They're getting value increases of 23, 24, 25%, and they don't offer a homestead exemption, which all it's doing is shifting the burden of taxation to the residents. And that's not what we need to be doing. Every single year, the burden of taxes gets shifted to the lower class residents, middle class to lower class, and that's a bad situation to be in. So I appreciate you guys offering the maximum amount allowable by
I'd
law.
like to add to that, though, that our cities, absolutely need to offer the maximum homestead exemption because that does not disproportionately, but proportionally help those that are lower class, working class, middle class. But I would also add, particularly in the city of Dallas and other places, and this is something that we don't have direct influence on, they've got to get their approval and permitting process optimized. You build more, you're gonna, that's one of the levers. There's a lot of things that government needs to do to keep people in their homes, but so long as many of the developers are having to wait forever to get something permitted, they have capital assets, they have, labor assets, they can build in Wiley, they can build, in far Denton County far faster than they can in a lot of our cities. And as soon as they can do that, it's not gonna be, the panacea. Everyone has to do their part, but that's a big part in reducing those values.
I agree, Commissioner, and like we stated earlier, the land is in the southern sector right now.
Right.
I live in DeSoto, Texas. I can't drive down a street without seeing dirt turning right now.
Right,
It's
right.
crazy how many houses are going up in the southern sector right now.
And
Absolutely
also
crazy.
commercial.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, we're the logistics capital, we're the hub.
And
of
those
the
workers have to
metroplex.
have a place to live.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah,
they're,
well, unfortunately, when we do our studies, they're still traversing from,
where they can
across the
afford to
county-
live.
across the county line, and either way,
You're right.
either west or side.
And in closing, I'd like to say, Mr. Nolan and his team are probably the best appraisal district in the state of Texas. You may not want to hear that values are going up, but that's his job, is to assess values at fair market value. The Texas legislature requires him to do so, and the comptroller will call him out if he doesn't. So it's a partnership between the local governments, the appraisal district, and the legislature to make sure that this is done right.
When we talk about, apartments, I mean, what's the protest rate and the value of those properties in the long term?
The protest rate's probably 90% of all the apartments, because they're all represented by consultants. And remember, consultants don't make money unless they protest.
Can you repeat it, because probably?
Probably about 90%, because they're all represented by consultants, and consultants, by virtue of the way they work, if they don't protest, they don't make money.
The depreciation value with time, how is with apartments and commercial properties?
The appreciation?
Mm-hmm.
Well, according to us, it's about 25% for all types of commercial property. But the last 5 years, apartments have led all the other categories. Because again, like Commissioner Price is saying, there's no affordable housing, so what's next? Apartments. Yeah. But even apartments aren't affordable anymore, what they're building.
And that is the key. And that's what I wanted you to put in the record, that at the end of the day, single-family housing is the way that you can, have the best value for your money.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I think what we'd like to get across to our cities is join us in doing the no new tax rate this year, because especially in these cities where you're seeing this big increase, there's a lot of dirt turning, as Mr. Ames said. So you're going to get all of that new construction money. You're getting a lot more money, even if people pay the same amount of taxes last year.
Right.
But if you just do the no new tax rate, you're probably still leaving the people at the very bottom of the values of homes paying a higher rate. And that's where, even if people chose to not do the no new revenue rate, and they chose to give that homestead exemption, that would be more helpful to middle class and below families than the other. I'd like to see them do both. We have generous exemptions, homestead exemptions in Dallas County. We even have a cap for seniors that was here before I got here. We can get to the effective rate, but you can just look and see the people in DeSoto, Duncanville, Cedar Hill, Mesquite, Garland, they're going to get a big tax bill if we don't get those cities to go to the effective rate too, and if we don't get a better homestead exemption.
Well, I was the lone commissioner to vote against it, because when we look at those dadgum capped rates, it didn't help anybody south of 30. No. And so as a result, I'm going to continue, Dr. Watkins, to say that to date, that cap has cost Dallas County $24 million. And it's from people who can afford to pay it. And like you said, we're already giving the maximum rate. We get a $69,000, we get a 20%, we've given all of that, and then we froze
For the record, Commissioner Price, you didn't mention which cap you were talking about.
Oh, the senior.
Yeah.
And once you do a senior cap, you can't undo it.
You can't undo it.
Right.
We got to live with it.
And that was passed in 2008.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we're going to be able to, I've had back calls with school board and school superintendents, with the governor talking about a voucher program, which takes money directly out of the schools. And with this talk about we're not going to pay for some kids if the parents aren't documented, that puts them in a nervous footing to where they're all going to want to raise your taxes 2.5%. I don't think anybody's going to try to raise your taxes more than 2.5%, but that's likely where we are with schools. So thank you, Governor.
Thank you, as always.
Thank you again for 41 years of support. We couldn't have done this job without Dallas County's support. We've had all your board members over the years, commissioners, county judges, county clerk, have been nothing but the best board members we've had. I want to thank all of you for that.
as a committee. He has more years than I have as a commissioner.
Let's go back in order of the presentation, see if we can get through this pretty quickly. Dr. Wong, you're next.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Never stops amazing.
never.
We hear that about single-family housing being the route. Oh, Dr. Huang?
He's here.
Yeah, no, we saw him. Where is my presentation?
Start, Doctor.
All right.
Doctor. After Mr. Nolan, you're fresh air.
Okay. Morning. So we are still in the green transmission level, which is the lowest level that we have and the lowest we've been since the start of the pandemic. Again, reviewing the data that we've been monitoring throughout, available ICU beds, you can see that trend a little higher than it's been in some periods, but again, there are other conditions, and it's really not COVID that's taking up the ICU beds at this time. Emergency department visits still remaining low at this time. Confirmed admissions to the hospital are still low. And hospital occupancy is low. I will note that in terms of the actual case counts, we're starting to see some slight increases, but again, those are with baselines that are very low. So even when you have a higher percentage, it's from a very low number that we're talking about. But we are watching that very closely because that's something that's being seen across the country and other areas. And again, so we are definitely following that. And then here's the mortality numbers, staying low, but recall that the hospital numbers and deaths do trail some of the case counts. This is the vaccination data. We're currently at about close to 74.4% of persons 5 and older that have had at least one dose. And we'll note that just today, I think the FDA approved a booster dose for persons 5 and older. That still has to get approval through the CDC ACIP.
I hadn't met yet.
Pardon?
They did approve it, but you can't get it. Because
You can't get it yet, but it's FDA then gave that initial approval, and it has
5
to go.
and younger, right?
5 to 11. So that's the group that hadn't.
Right.
When we look at the vaccination numbers, again, the one thing that is still discouraging is now I think our first doses in the last week were down to about 1,550 per week. We still have a lot of people who need the booster. I think the latest estimated over 800,000 people in Dallas County are eligible and overdue for a booster shot. So again, a lot. And we're really worried and concerned that as more time has passed, that protection from the vaccinations does wane and decrease.
And this is first and second booster, Dr. Huang?
Yeah, first booster.
First or
I think that number is specifically first booster.
First
I can
booster.
clarify
So
that.
800,000 people that could be
eligible for the
have not.
booster have not. And
in Dallas County.
In Dallas County, yeah, and I will double check that that's for. I believe it's just the first booster. But,
okay.
And then here again, here's the number that we're talking about 1.8 million have been received at least one dose. 1.5 million fully vaccinated, meaning having the first 2 dose series or 1 dose series of a Johnson & Johnson, and then people vaccinated with at least 1 booster, about 596,000. The variant proportions that are seen in Texas, again, we've seen the some of these subvariants from Omicron, and then now the BA2.12.1 is increasing. These subvariants are really even more easily spread than the original Omicron variant, and that's where, but they are not causing any more serious, severe illness, and they do seem to be still responsive to the vaccine. But that's why, again, important for people in particular to get boosted for that protection. And finally, here's our vaccine availability. The demand still is, relatively low, and so we hope people that are eligible will take advantage of these. Here's the testing resources. And we are, our media.
I want to make sure they're open. There were some county employees who wound up with COVID, and they wanted to be tested, and I sent them over to Ellis Davis. They weren't there.
They weren't there that day? Okay. You mean between Monday and Sunday, 8 to 6?
They weren't there. This is in the middle of the day.
Okay. Well, we'll check on that.
Okay.
Again, they've been cutting back on, I thought they were scaling back the size of their presence, but that they were still available at that time, so we'll double check.
They went looking.
Okay. Okay, but I do want to mention also that the media campaigns were really trying to focus also on the booster doses and getting people those boosters, at least, with that population, they've gotten the first doses, so they're not opposed to vaccination, and, so we really want to try to also emphasize those persons getting the boosters. Just a few comments on flu. Fortunately, those numbers have continued to go down. Positive flu tests the week ending April 30th we're about 6.7%. So essentially, we consider the flu season has pretty much sort of run its course, at this point. So again, that's good that we sort of have definitely seen the decline from the peaks on that. And then these are some of the remaining clinics that we have scheduled. And, again, we're continuing to work with you all and your staff on adding more. Again, boosters are in particular who we're targeting. I'll be sending out an updated, analysis of all the zip codes and census blocks that have the highest unvaccinated. So we'll continue.
Probably a waste of our breath, but here's some latest numbers from PCCI. There are 874,977 Dallas County residents eligible and overdue for a booster shot. Out of those, 800,000 plus individuals, 66%, are more than 9 months since they were fully vaccinated. That's a risk of waning immunity. In week ending May 13th, 1,400 cases. The week-over-week increase in positive reported cases is in the 30 to 40% increase range if you average out over several weeks to account for the recent changes in the state and county data reporting infrastructure update. So they're seeing a slight increase, very slight, in ED arrivals. And we also want to remind people, and you can find this at, freecovidtest.gov. What is it, Phil? Do you remember? I did it this morning, super easy. You go to this website, click a button, put your name in there, and they'll send you 8 free COVID tests. And I can't remember the name of the website. Phil, do you remember it? Is it freecovidtest.gov, or it is? Somebody just sent it to me, I guess. Nope, somebody sent me something else. You can find it at covid.gov. You can find those free tests at covid.gov. They're on there, and they're super easy, and you'll have them in your house when you need them. Took one myself yesterday because I had a sore throat, and I'm negative.
And I did see an update also. Ellis Davis is going to be closed May 20th through June 4th for DISD graduation.
Okay, that's fine. Now, this was last week. This was last week, and it was some sheriff personnel. So
All right, but our DCHHS vaccination clinics are definitely still offering it, and the pharmacies also. So. All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to disappoint my colleagues. Let me just tell you, I listened to Commissioner KOCH this morning as he celebrated Max Glauben. And I tell people all the time, speech induces hate.
Yep.
And it's interesting that while this state and this country doesn't want us to talk about critical race theory, there are individuals out here talking about race replacement. And so it's interesting to me that, again, for today's lesson on the Monkey Mug Chronicles, and in light of what happened this weekend in Buffalo, of course, I saw what happened in California. And at the end of the day, it's really about speech. But an online magazine produced this article under Fox News readers who bash Obama's daughter with racial slurs like ape and monkey. Fox News disabled the comments section of the article by the Associated Press on President Barack Obama's 17-year-old daughter, Misael Obama. Fox readers flooded the post with comments calling her a racial slur, an ape, a monkey, and accusing her of not deserving her entry to the university. Her acceptance was due to black privilege. The AP article reveals the president's daughter's decision to attend Harvard University, like her father in 2017, like W.B. Du Bois. I can go on and on. After taking off a year from school, the comments were racial and crucial. And, quote, I wonder if she applied as a Muslim slide or a foreign student or just as a nigger. Hopefully she gets cancer, AIDS, or one of those color diseases. That's a quote. Another academically challenged affirmative action parasite steals a place from a qualified white student. That's a quote. Monkey mugs are a terrible gift idea. Even the executives at Fox News gets it. Will Parkland ever get it? That being said, we'll move into the presentation on the judicial performance at Frank Crowley. I just find it really interesting that I'm watching all of these chronicles with regards to where the data is or is not. On May 5th, there was a publication that talked about all the judges that are using the court called kiosks, and that from April 6th to May 5th, the kiosks, how many judges used it, how many they scheduled, and how many they canceled. And out of all the judges on that $1.5 million worth of kiosks that we've placed in the jail, not counting what we've given to the sheriff, we have 9 judges who have used the kiosks. Judge Carmen White did 33, counsel 0. Judge Hoffman did 0. Didn't schedule any, didn't cancel any. Judge Harlan had 1 schedule, 1 cancel. Judge Mulder, none canceled, none scheduled. Judge Green, none canceled, none scheduled. Judge Hayes, schedule 18, had 18. Judge Kelly, scheduled 83, no, scheduled 89, saw 83, canceled 6. And 1 was canceled due to medical sickness. Out of all of the money, again, that this court has spent for these tools, people saying that they're using these platforms, this is the total rendition of those judges. But what I find extremely interesting is that all of a sudden, with the court continuing to bring the matter to fruition, that what we're beginning to see is, we had said that in order for them to make their deadline, it was going to be 565 cases a week. They're now down to 501 cases, and it appears if they continue to work as they have been working within the last few months, then they will, in fact, meet that August deadline. That's if they continue to work. But there was a report that said, that I said somehow, that some of these judges were performing at a level that was untenable. What I want you to understand is that even the profile from KRA in talking to the judges, Judge Nancy Kennedy said that if the judges, let me quote, judge's role, Kennedy explains it's easier to work with prosecutors and defense to move a case forward if you are physically sitting in the court. Attorneys are able to drop in to discuss trial scheduling and other businesses. Quote, if I'm not here, I don't get to have those meaningful conversations with those attorneys about where we are and what we're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, it's still about the fact that you've got to be here in order to get it done. We need approximately 5,314 dispositions to reach compliance. That's what we need, and if we do that, we'll make our August 1st deadline. In fact, we'll make it by the end of July, give or take a few days. But that is from our criminal justice department. We're monitoring, and you can only monitor if people are in the courtroom. Now, I hear that, well, we're using these other platforms. I just told you on the court call kiosk who's utilizing them. No, basically district judges are using them, and only a few of the misdemeanor judges are using them. And that is a $1.6 million investment by this court. At the end of the day, they're not at the job site. And that's the only way we're going to be able to cover this. It doesn't matter how many people try to proffer the numbers, whether it's the Office of Court Administration, they get their numbers from us. We send the numbers to the Office of Court Administration. This is a publication on your screen that we publish at the at our jail population. This is what we do to show what courts are performing. We know how many, again, are paper ready. We know how many are being disposed of. And so at the end of the day, and Commissioner KOCH, I know that you had some concerns with regards to who was actually at work versus who was not at work.
Yeah, yeah. And, preliminarily by looking, into a number of data sources, at least for the month of April, it appears as though a great number of the judges were not on their bench. Now, it is the policy of Judge Anayam that she does not come into court Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And I believe someone else does the same thing. So she's only available on the bench on Tuesday, Thursday, via Zoom the rest of the week. Unfortunately, though, those that are, familiar with, criminal defense practice, you need to be able to walk to the coordinator often and discuss with them, particularly when you have a client who's appeared, and they may be appearing at an unusual time because they finally have all the things they need for a plea, right? They got the cash together because they're going to have to pay restitution. They got, certain things regarding job and life set up. So the burden that is placed on the entirety of the system by the judges not being down there is not merely the trial problem. It's also the problem with getting pleas done in an efficient manner. And in the same article that you had cited, and I know that Judge Huff pushed back and said, hey, listen, we dispose of cases in other ways beside a trial. And Ms. Grinter, a young lady who I happened to graduate law school with, who's an excellent defense attorney, was quoted in this article saying that a trial moves one case and disposes of one case. But then she goes on to say, and this is very important, this is the critical pushback that we need to put out there, but the threat of a trial disposes 99% of cases that come into the court. And that's the problem. There's no credible threat of trial for either party, the state or defense attorneys, because we have judges that are simply not showing up. If the various sources of data are to be believed, in the month of April, 22 misdemeanor and felony judges were nowhere to be found in the courthouse on Friday the 8th. The next Friday...
But put that in perspective. It's only 29 of them to begin with.
Yeah. Okay. So you can get business done about,
Right.
Not even 6 places. All right. That next Friday, the 15th, according to what we can tell, 13 judges weren't there. On the 22nd, 10 judges weren't there on that next Friday. And the Friday after, 14 judges weren't there. There's a lot of work that can be done on those Fridays, but it's as bad some of these other days of the week of April. Now, it does appear as though that we're seeing fewer absences at the beginning of May. We can kind of collect, and I'll be going up there, and I know other folks at the defense bar is reporting back on who has their courtroom locked and who has the doors into the coordinators locked, because that it is stopping their ability to get cases disposed of, and it's not just the private bar. It is our public defenders who are tremendously underwater. They have a number of cases, and as this article that you passed along presents, they're at a place where they have more cases than they should be according to most standards, ABA standards, and what has been previously studied by Texas A&M and judicial management. It's a real crisis from a number of perspectives. Alleviating that crisis is going to take more than just this piece, but having the judges down there, having their courts fully open for business and allowing these pleas to take place, and the real pressure of a trial coming forward is going to be the way that most of this works out, right? There's some other pieces that we need some help. We need some help from the district clerks. We do need a little help from the district attorney's office on a couple of points. And I think we're going to get an opportunity to talk about those things. But none of it works without judges on the bench.
Exactly. And I'm assured from Judge Cruzo and his office that they are there. They have not been on an hiatus. They have been there. But it doesn't do them any good the judges are not there. You know, at the end of the day, it does not do it. The presentation all of you have before you is, like you said, primarily April and the first week in May up to the 6th. I talked a few minutes ago about that kiosk up to the 5th. You know, and people can say they're using Zoom and all. IT has that data.
Yeah.
We know who's on Zoom, how many cases you're doing on Zoom, okay? And not as it's not as many as you would have us or the public think. We know what you're doing. I mean, they got your strokes. It's there.
Yeah.
And so at the end of the day, it's really about being on the job. Someone said, and I'm going to call the name, they said, you said that Carter Thompson, damn it, he's lucky if he stays there till noon. You said, how do I know? Well, we know from records. You know, he may come in at 9 or 10 o'clock, but by noon or so, he's gone. They're not working. And I appreciate those who are. The Lena Mays of the world, the Nancy Kennedys of the world, you know, I mean, they're working. They're quoted in this article. They are there and they're working. They recognize that.
Judge White, I mean, you know, there's folks that are coming in on Saturday.
Uh-huh.
So Judge Mays, Judge White, Judge Riley, Judge Kelly, they've all been coming in on the weekends every so often.
Exactly.
So they're, you know, it's not across the board. The problem is the average of working is pretty damn low. So it's great to have a couple of high performers.
Right.
But it's
But
not
see, coming in on Saturday, and I can appreciate coming in on the weekend and doing office work, but the courts are basically running.
Oh, yeah.
Monday through Friday.
You need to be there.
You need to be there. They're not working the weekend. If you want to come in and do your administrative work on the weekend, that's fine. But that does not get lawyers down here on the weekend, you know, unless you're going to start calling Saturday courts or night courts, which, you know, you're the judge, you have the authority to do, and especially for those individuals who are being detained in custody, which is allowed. But this is about both. When it talks about the 90%, it does not talk about them having to be in custody, although that is the largest impact on the county. I talk about that $11 million a month. But, you know, individuals just sitting there, and as they call it, it's dead time. They don't get any credit, especially on felony cases, for sitting there.
Well, and again, the voters elect all these judges. And I want to thank Mr. Heichel and administration, because last week, colleagues, during our last commissioner meeting, we asked to please put all this information by court, by name, by judge, because in the past had only been the numbers.
Right.
And you know, when you see numbers, you have to go and see who is in that number court. You know, I think staff did a great job putting all the information that we've been talking about here for the last 4 sessions in a very good format, so you can see every judge with their court. They represent the number of cases, you know, that they have, the number of cases that have not been filed, the ones that are indicted, the ones that are in jail, the ones that are not in jail, and the cases with active warrants. And the pending cases fill as well with, you know, so I think that at the end of the day, the public is the one that elects all these judges. I mean, it's our responsibility as voters to look into the records. And it's right here. You can follow it in the Dallas County Commissioner's Court agenda from now on until hopefully at the end of the day, if we lose money, you know, it will be on the courts, and the numbers are right here in our agenda every Commissioner's Court meeting.
Commissioner Garcia, you're absolutely right that, you know, the voters are ultimately responsible.
Yeah, sorry, Commissioner, I couldn't hear you.
It's a loud
Commissioner
phone.
Fry's phone was.
Yeah. Usually it's the song. So, yes, the voters are ultimately responsible right now for those judges, but there's interim charges. And we've seen from Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick how willing he is to very fundamentally change the judiciary. He was ready to redraw the maps regarding the appellate court districts. I mean, he is not afraid at all of majorly, toying with our judiciary. And one of the things that absolutely has been floated, and it's not a secret, that they want to move to appointed judges in the urban counties, particularly, and that they are going to look at the data and the facts in their interim charges, and they are going to make us bad guys in Dallas County. They're going to make our judges bad guys for the fact that they're not doing work, and because of that, they'll find a way to bracket and target those elected judges in certain areas to take them, out of the democratic process. I disagree with it, but I know good and dang well, who those people are that are making those decisions, and they love to punish places like Dallas County. So, I mean, we can dig ourselves out of this hole, but you better do it fast because they're not playing.
And I completely understand and agree with what you're saying, Commissioner Koch, but at the end of the day, we have done our diligence.
Yeah.
We have put it on the record, we have talked about it, we have put the numbers, of how much this can cost Dallas County. We can put the political picture too. You just did it in a very good way, but the numbers are there.
But what we've said is that they're not at work. And this, more than anything, proves they're not there.
Commissioner, I think that message has been here loud and clear for the last
But
month.
we're seeing a spin. See, and that's what I'm getting ready to send to Judge. We're seeing a spin. They're out there. We're saying they're not here. They're out there on social media saying, but we are here. We are disposing of cases. And so we're not, I get that.
And the
But how
numbers are
many?
here.
Yeah, but how many people actually? Again, were it not for Commissioner Koch and the production of who's in the courthouse, which we've said, out of 29 judges, 22, they're not there.
It's there and it's on the record.
Yeah. It's they're out there spinning that, we're here. And granted, I don't want to paint them all with the same brush because there are some that's working, as he said. But you got to be in the courthouse Monday through Friday.
And we have to be careful about that too. I think that we have tried as much as we can to be fair, with all of them, but sadly the numbers are what they are.
Yeah, I agree.
Going through that article that has been referenced already too, there is the knowledge and understanding that it is more than just the number of raw cases, that there are lots of nuances of different types of cases, and there's a variety of things, but that does not hide the fact that, as the old saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah, case is a case.
And that, yes, we should take a closer look to see what types of cases they are, and just the variety of other circumstances around them. But that still highlights the fact that to move a case along, having the judge sitting there makes a big difference.
Yes. We don't vet.
And that there are other factors I know that the DA's office is looking at, that the PD's office is looking at, to see, okay, I mean, it's a whole process. Are there other things we can be doing?
That's not true.
Well, how long does it take a drug test to happen?
There
are other things that do impact
we get that. We get that as part of our committee, as you know.
I'm saying too, though, is that if the judge is not sitting there in the courtroom, that chances are better that things are going to slow down.
Commissioner, the Southwest Forensic Institute, in all drug cases, when we get our monthly report, they have no cases that are through that institute that are 30 days in arrearage. Granted, if cities like Garland, which cases may not be filed, and others who use DPS send them down the road, that's different. But we know what percentage that is.
I think this is the discussion over the drug and alcohol eval for the potential probationer. Right. Those are taking up some time.
Exactly.
The test of the drugs is not taking time. Swift's is doing a good job.
Exactly.
But they are, and candidly, a lot of pleas are getting held up because they want to do the testing before the plea, the drug and alcohol and mental testing. And I think in many places where there still is a encouragement of that going on, the defense can waive that in order to get a plea done quickly because, and you well know this, someone's at a place in their life where they can get that plea done today. That may not be the case 2 months down the road. They may not have the cash on hand. They may not have the ability to get, stuff worked out and go through the process. You gotta, if there's someone that is willing to plea a case out, you gotta take them when you can get them. Right?
Exactly.
We're not doing that.
But Dallas uses Swiss.
Yeah. Testing the drugs, not a problem. Testing the people, problem.
Right. And at the end of the day, it's about, again, they can move the cases, like you said, if they're there. That's what Nancy Kennedy said. She said, if I'm there, I can move the case. Prosecute. The judges control what's going on. That's all
they control the calendar completely, right?
Sorry?
They control the calendar completely.
Exactly.
And that's something that the public really needs to know. You can call a case to trial, and the judge can hear whether or not they're going to allow a continuance. But no one is given a continuance automatically. Everything regarding the calendar starts and ends. The Alpha and Omega is the judge. And it is really difficult to hear, well, we have this, we have that, and, this party's doing that. No. You can call them to the carpet. You can call them to your court if you happen to be there and bring those parties down. And they have to be there.
Right.
To get this thing done.
Okay.
And you can look at the numbers in our agenda, Commissioner's Court from now on.
Yeah.
Thank you again, Mr. Heichel, Mr. Martin.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
I think this takes us through our presentations. Is there a desire, Dr. Garcia, to split out the consent agenda?
Correct. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
So we're going to first take a motion on the consent agenda, absent sheriff's personnel.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move sheriff's personnel.
Second.
Any discussion?
No discussion, Judge, just the same statement on the record. We need diversity in hiring. We need to hire more Latinos and a racial representation of Dallas County.
Let me ask, Chief Foster, are you in a position, as anyone, from now on, I want the Sheriff's Department to show up and always provide in Telejo and or on the recruitment. How many people were reached, I talked to, in meeting the other day, Captain Saldana, we get the number of individuals who have applied, and it was my understanding that we had less than 3 individuals in that last presentation, in that last group coming forward. I think they did a job fair at the Jefferson Courthouse.
No, that's coming. That is coming.
Okay, they hadn't, okay.
It hasn't happened yet, and we're looking forward to changing those numbers. Like you always say, Commissioner Price, we need to learn how to fish in different ponds.
Yeah, well, we're fishing.
And this one, I think, is going to be better. I mean, I know the HR department is working with the Sheriff Department as well, and I really appreciate it. In the meantime, I have to say it because it's my job. Thank you so much.
Call the question.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Abstain.
2 abstentions. So that carries 2-1 with 2 abstentions. Next, we have, pardon.
If you got if you got K1,
Yeah.
I pulled it. I pulled it so we can discuss it.
Move bids.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and, any discussion? This is something that, appears that ES&S is anxious to move on, it says our elections department, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, you can be anxious to move on it, Judge. I don't think that if you got all the data with regards to, the decision that's being made, the decision that's being made to be penny wise, supposedly, and pound foolish, that we would move forward with anything other than to make sure that all of this contract are in fact the gold standard as opposed to silver. We've got all of these poll books and all, and we just had all these issues. And
I don't know if you saw the explanation, but what they've offered us is a discounted silver rate, and the difference in silver and gold is preventive maintenance twice as much of the time, and they're willing to let us buy a la carte if we did want preventative maintenance for 75% of what we're paying for it now. So there's no downside here. If we decide we want to do exactly the gold plan a la carte, we still save money.
Well, and that's fine. But let's do the gold plan. Y'all know my problem is a la carte.
Machines aren't even being used. Not all the machines are being used. So
and they're not being used because we have, it's not as though we didn't need them just even in this last one.
Let's get if we can, the election. Oh, never mind. He's right there. Mr. Scarpello, can you take us through this bid request?
Sure. So when we met 2 weeks ago, you guys wanted an explanation, a little bit further, deeper dive, explaining the issue. And so I sent a memo over the weekend kind of laying out savings and why we're doing what we're doing, what we're proposing. And as Judge Jenkins pointed out, even if going forward with this discounted silver plan, even if we would decide after maintenance this summer and we would decide to have maintenance again next summer, in essence the same as a gold plan, we would still be saving over $139,000. So it's kind of a no-brainer where we would go forward with this silver plan, and if we need to modify, we can do so later on.
So what you're saying is that the silver plan more closely matches our use of the ES&S equipment?
Yes, and keep in mind that this is for the vote tabulators and the voting machines, not the e-poll books. The e-poll books is a separate contract that will be coming to you in a couple of weeks. We're still in the middle of negotiations on that. But as far as this goes, the idea is that we want to properly store and utilize and rotate all of our equipment, and if we do so, we will do it on a very, most of the equipment will be used no more than twice prior to being preventative maintenance being performed on it. But even, like I said, even if we decide, hey, let's switch back to every year, and a year from now we decide, well, we want to do another maintenance, it's still cheaper with this approach than buying the gold package. And thus getting the same amount of service, but at a much lower cost.
And Mr. Scarpello, I know not to blindside you with this. So we had the issue regarding the poll books in District 2, where about at 16 precincts, we had a number of Democrat voters that were not listed in the poll book because of issues regarding transferring those files over to the electronic poll books. In regard to this contract, do we see less of those issues by having the service level, or is that just, that was a slip up, that's this occurrence, and we have to be vigilant no matter what?
Yes, good question. And so that was an issue with not ES&S, but with our voter registration vendor, VOTEC. And so we're in negotiations with them on their contract also. But getting back to ES&S, the ES&S, that issue wouldn't be a part of this contract. This is for our voting machines and our vote tabulators, not for our electronic poll books. The electronic poll books, I'm going to be coming back to you guys in a few more weeks. We're still evaluating that contract in concert with IT department and Melissa Kraft.
Well, and this is, I think you mentioned it really well, Mr. Scarpello, because going through this plan, which, by the way, we didn't have anything before, allows to use the preventive maintenance savings to pay for other repairs. And more importantly, guys, remember, all this equipment, this is great to have all this technology, but this equipment gets old too, and very fast, and it breaks down too. So I think that this is a good start to check out how we can prevent. As a dentist, I always tell my patients, prevention is the gold key. So, I mean, I think that this is something, Commissioner Price,
As a
that it
dentist,
can be.
heredity is part of it too.
Well,
If
Commissioner, I
your
mean,
parents had bad teeth, chances are you
and
don't have.
apple a day
Anyway,
gives
I'm
the
try-
dentist away too. But with that being said, Mr. Scarpello, I believe that that is the key. I mean, we use these savings to not only fix the equipment, but also replace and repair what can come out in the future. So
I just find it peculiar. I pulled this primarily because nobody had read the dadgum contract. I went through the contract and then began to talk about the DS200s and break it down on the value that we paid versus the value that we were going to pay to maintenance them, okay? Both sets of equipment. And showed where there was millions of dollars that we spent to purchase, but we were spending less than, what, $117,000, $120,000 to talk about keeping them up in terms of the gold standard versus the so-called now negotiated silver standard. It's not making sense to me. If in fact they want to continue to say all of that equipment needs to be maintained, you're right. At no point in time, we never know when we're going to have to deploy the in-service. And while Commissioner Koch is talking about VOTEC and all, we had some issues not with VOTEC, with some equipment. And my judges, I have again some reports. And this is a small election. You know, we need to have all of this equipment maintenance and ready to go forward for the next election.
correct. And in my understanding about this particular contract is getting ready for the big election, is getting to test and maintain the equipment for the big election, which that's, and I agree, Commissioner. I mean,
But isn't that the point of what this memo was
I think so,
addressing?
too.
Was that in the cycle of having all equipment of these two types, of the voting machines and the vote tabulators, of having all of the equipment at readiness, but that you didn't have to refurbish all of them every time, because you only used a certain percentage for any election.
Correct.
So the point of this would be to match more closely the actual utilization and the actual, I guess, use, abuse, whatever, of machines when they're in use, and then making sure that you put them back into service and at readiness so that in fact we can do whichever type of election is coming up and will require more machines.
Yes. And I would add one other thing, Commissioner Danielle, thank you for that. That one of the reasons we really want to get this nailed down today is because we want to get ES&S scheduled for June. We want to, because we want to have plenty of lead time leading up to the November election to get all of our equipment PM.
Yeah, it's all planning ahead, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I still say, we'd have passed it, but with a blink of an eye, and all of a sudden now, somebody's woke, and they can say, well, we can negotiate it. Really? We have never had some trouble with equipment. They have been on the ground, and I know IT, like the district attorney's office, always wants to talk about, the operations. I'm not convinced that the operations or the operator know what even the hell is going on. And I'm looking out in the distance. Ms. Crawford, have you looked at this contract? Okay, I know you have, Mr. Crawford. And with regards to the equipment, the value of the equipment, the operability of the equipment, the 50 or so we got thrown over in the corner, or 20 in the corner. Doesn't matter. That equipment based on value, based on what it takes to maintenance that equipment. Do you think it's prudent to be talking about, we're going to all of a sudden shift so-called costs with regards to this?
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. We did look at the equipment, so we're working on kind of the public renewal to make sure we can tighten up things around the service level agreements, and that upcoming that will supersede this one. So I think it's a work in progress. With regards to the DS200s and everything else, I would say that's more an operational. I'm not as familiar with that equipment, so I'd have to defer to what Mr. Scarpello or ES&S recommends in this instance.
Well, that last part.
Publics are more familiar with, and we're working pretty closely on that one.
Well, I mean, and I'm not proffering for ES&S or Mr. Scarpello. I'm looking out for Dallas County, and we've already purchased. I mean, we've already bought the equipment. Now, we bought the car. Whether it was a Mercedes or a Caprice. My point is, we own the car. Now, maintenance should be at the highest level, and so I'm asking you, in terms of reviewing all of that, even though you may not be going to drive the car, you're over in, what's the guy's name? Mr. Hooper's shop, and at least you're looking at the car. Is that the right maintenance program going forward? What do you think? That's what I'm asking.
Well, and I think this is the first step into knowing if we stay with silver or we go to gold.
We don't get a second, as you said, in June, July, we're here.
Well, I mean.
And we're getting ready for probably midterm, one of the probably most contentious elections.
I agree with you, and I
want all equipment
working,
working and on deck.
So that is the question, Mr. Scarpello. You believe that this contract will give you the mint condition of all the equipment for the November election?
I do.
Thank you.
Because we're going to do preventative maintenance on all of our equipment this summer, and we will evaluate, throughout the course of next year to see whether or not that there's further maintenance needed. If by chance we decide, hey, you know what, next summer we better do another preventative maintenance, we can still do that, and with this contract, we'd still be saving $139,000.
Well, while we're talking, the equipment over at Lancaster has all gone down, and they're trying to relocate voters to another location. I've been around here 37 years, never seen anything like this with regards to our equipment and servicing. Never. And the rerouting, and I understood was supposed to whatever happened yesterday over in District 2, this is in District 3. I've had issues and more issues. Anyway, I'm supporting the gold standard. Y'all do what you want to do.
All those, and I think this vote would be on 1 through 3, unless we want to pull out 1 for a separate vote.
Well, one is out right now. Mr. Crawford.
Separate.
One at a
Okay.
time.
Yeah.
All those in favor, if there's no other discussion, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is this for one?
For 1.
No. This one's not on the table yet. One's out for discussion. We have Mr. Crawford.
No,
No, he seconded it.
I seconded it. Garcia
So
moved.
I'm sorry, I thought if y'all want to discuss some more, go ahead.
Mr. Crawford?
I thought the discussion
Okay, I
was
thought
over.
we were, okay.
No. Mr. Crawford, with regards to this contract, this is a $6 million contract. What is, I saw 0 participation. Yeah, well, it's 4 million.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
4
six.
Yeah, that's what I said. 4 7 and 1 4. Close to 6 in arithmetic term. Anyway.
I thought you had the 0 in there.
Oh, no. Now 60. 6. Okay, Mr. Crawford?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Yes, this contract, I actually reviewed it and met with ES&S to review their actual lack of SBE inclusion. And so I wanted to explore some opportunities, examining their supply chain to identify where the opportunities for that inclusion would actually be, what's relevant versus what is implied. And so with that, we spent quite a bit of time, and I've actually shared with the court that they informed me that they, due to the proprietary nature and the critical nature of these types of machines, you don't want a lot of hands in the cookie jar, if you will. Okay. The other thing is I wanted to look at opportunities around transportation of those machines to the county, because I know on the front end, when we order them initially, that is an area of opportunity traditionally. Okay. What I found out is that here at the county, we actually move those machines ourselves when they're in our care or under our responsibility. So that we eliminated that. I also looked around in logistics, training, print, and marketing materials, because again, when they're creating these machines, how are you rolling out the actual implementation? Are you doing it in-house or actually outsourcing? So we explored those. So the long and short of it is there was no immediate opportunity at this juncture. However, they did hire a diversity consultant or an internal resource, a director, in fact, who was going to be assigned to work with us moving forward to explore those opportunities. So that, I consider that a win. They have a young program that's still emerging and under development. I offered my services to assist. So I consider that a somewhat of a victory moving forward. But at this point, they're standing firm with zero participation.
Yeah, that's so disappointing, because I know that this court is very much in support of having all of the work that we do look like Dallas County. One of the frustrations on this particular item, though, is that it's my understanding that there are only 2 certified companies in the state of Texas.
Correct.
Yes,
So that our options are incredibly limited, and so that I do appreciate that, in fact, there was a willingness to talk. Because no, it's not acceptable to be at a 0%.
Well, okay, and I wanted that on the record, but Ms. Kraft, I'm still saying, with regards to this equipment and the value of this equipment, what's on the table, you're saying that you feel comfortable and efficient in going forward with that contract as opposed to what they propose. You can negotiate any way you want to, but as opposed to their, quote, gold standard. There are metrics in that gold standard. All of our equipment, certain maintenance points. What is your position?
From an IT perspective, if we consider something a tier 1 service, like a 911 operations or things like that, we would probably pick the gold package to ensure you have that type of support. So I guess it depends on how that equipment is classified, what contingencies you have, and so forth. But typically for your tier 1 type services, you would want to.
But have you been involved? That's the only thing I'm trying to get to. I'm not going to leave it to, have you, this is technology. Have you been involved?
I think Mr. Frosch kind of pulled us together to go over kind of some of the agenda and provided some of that documentation.
Okay, so the answer is yes, you have been involved.
You have been involved?
A little bit, yes. Not as much as the poll book. That's where I
Not
think
as much
that's
as what?
The poll book renewal, that's where we're more heavily involved.
The poll books for elections?
And the poll book is not included in what we're talking
Well,
about.
the poll book's not there.
Correct.
No, but I'm talking about this right now. Have you been involved all the way with this?
On the tail end, yes, Commissioner.
So then you're comfortable with going to the silver package rather than using the gold?
Just said gold.
At this point.
She said gold.
You do feel comfortable with going with the silver package?
I think it's going to depend on kind of your preference. If I had to frame it in a way, if I classify that as a tier 1 service, I would probably always allude more on the safer side of things. So if you have more coverage, you can always pare it back, as opposed to paring it back and then add as needed. So it just depends on the manufacturer, the support. So I don't know if you were wanting to add anything to that. But.
So you're saying, no, you would be more comfortable if we stayed with the gold?
for these upcoming elections, again, if it's a tier 1 service like 911, I would want the best of the best, but that's not an IT kind of focus area, so.
Okay, so what you're saying is, from the IT perspective, you have been involved in some of this, not on all of it, but Mr. Scarpello will have the opportunity to go to a higher standard if needed, and you will be ready to help.
Whoa. He'll have opportunity to go to a higher standard when?
You know, that's what Mr. Scarpello mentioned too.
No, when? See, that's my point. He'll have an opportunity to go to a higher standard when? This now is the
When there's
time.
failure?
Huh?
When there's failure?
Yeah, right. But now is the time. Now is the time to make a decision.
Commissioner Price, if I could jump in, if we go with this silver package.
Go with the gold.
And we decided to get the equivalent of the gold package, in other words, every year, next year, say, for instance, we'll still be saving $139,000 using this silver package. In other words, it's only 75% of the cost to get the, in essence, the gold package next year.
Let me tell the court this. I feel comfortable enough. This $139,000, take it out of my goddamn road and bridge district. You know, come on, y'all. We're talking about elections. We're talking about elections. We're not talking about buying roads. I'll do $139,000. Okay? Buy the gold package. Then, therefore, I can hold somebody, accountable. They say, well, you negotiated down on the silver. Yeah, we didn't quite put this in. That gummit, buy the gold. $139,000? Come on, y'all. We done sit here this morning and talked about.
But if we want to do that, why don't we get the discounted silver and just agree to do whatever this other maintenance is, and it'd still be cheaper, wouldn't it? The only difference in the gold and the silver is the potentially unneeded maintenance. But if you're saying, well, I think that maintenance is needed, well, then why don't we take the discount they offered us and get the maintenance?
And that's exactly what I was thinking.
But you're asking me to, so suppose they just, who makes a decision whether or not we need the maintenance?
We can make that right now, we need to, but why would we pay them extra
Well,
money?
no. How do you know to make a decision, Judge? I just told you, we wouldn't even be talking about this, we wouldn't even be talking about this. Those elections that put it on, we were going down the road at that particular time, we were talking about, well, we're going to save $400,000. And we were going down the road.
If we do the discount, let me ask this question. If we do the discounted silver and we do an extra maintenance, which is the exact same thing as gold, right?
Mm-hmm.
How much money do we save there?
$139,000.
Let's do that.
Yeah, I'd rather spend $139,000 and make sure that we've got it.
That's what I'm saying.
But that's what we're saying. I think that we're all pretty much saying the same thing.
Maybe you're saying the same thing I'm saying.
I agree.
I tell you what, why don't you just do the gold, and then you don't have to worry about no information.
Does it cost $400,000?
No, it's $139,000. You just got through saying it's only $139.
No, what I asked him was, let me ask him again.
Yeah.
If we do the gold, how much does that cost?
If we do the gold, it's $779,000 per year.
Okay.
If
we
we
do
do
the discounted silver and an extra maintenance, which is the exact same thing as the gold, how much does that cost?
Exactly. 179. Correct.
That would be $516,000 plus $387.
So it'd be more to do that.
No. That's you have to think over a 2-year period. So you have to take the. I'm sorry. So
Would it not
779
be
times
cheaper
2.
if the court was of a mind that they wanted to ask elections to do everything that we do in the gold plan for this year or for the next 2 years? Would it not be cheaper to do the discounted silver and add to it and get the
That is
exact
correct.
same thing as the gold?
Exactly.
That is correct.
Exactly. Well,
And
that's
that would
what we're
save us
saying.
how much money over 2 years?
$139,000.
Why not?
Do that, John. Why would we want to?
Okay, is that what is being offered in this order?
No, Commissioner Daniels, what is
What's
offered
being
right
offered?
here is the silver. But what the
Right.
judge and I are
Right.
saying
No, I
is
understand.
we
I
can
got it.
take this, add, like Commissioner Price says, the 173,000, and then we can convert to the gold package if needed.
So let me ask you this, because it seems like there's, and I apologize for missing a minute, but it seems like there's a majority of the court, there's, I think, right, is there?
I
Daryl?
think you're right, Judge, but
Okay.
keep going.
So it sounds like there's a majority of the court that want to do the same things as we did in the gold package, okay? Does the elections department have a problem with doing that if we can do the discounted silver and
And
instructor?
add the 173,000
I'm
to
gonna
have the gold package as needed.
I'm abstaining, so, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, sounds good, there it is.
Okay, but, and give me like a verbal response. Would you have a problem, could that be done? Would you have a problem doing it if that's what if the majority wants to do this extra maintenance?
No problem, Judge.
Okay.
Okay.
On the
And
$6
is
million.
that what the,
No.
you're abstaining? I
I'm
don't
abstaining.
think we need
I'm gonna probably be right there with him, $6 million contract, we talking about $139,000 savings, really? $6 million, and we talking about
Well, if you're abstaining, then it's probably just gonna pass the way it is, because.
Judge, we can amend it if Commissioner Daniels also wants the gold standard. You and I agree that we want that flexibility. We start with what we have today, but we add the 173,000 already today in case Mr. Scarpello needs it to go to the gold standard.
Move this thing.
But we're already at the gold standard.
We're already there, we're having to retreat.
Right.
Well-
And you can save $139,000
And that's the issue.
and still do the gold standard. Still do the exact same things.
And is that what's in the order as it stands
No,
right
it has
now?
to be amended.
It has to be amended. So I will take the amendment.
Wait, who moved this order?
Nobody?
Who moved it for discussion?
Dr. Garcia moved it, I seconded,
Okay.
and
So I will amend this court order to add the 173,000 as needed to get to the gold standard.
And who makes the as need?
Mr. Scarpello.
Even
And the
though-
department.
He's already said he's gonna do it.
He's gonna do it.
I know his mouth was moving. Anyway, okay, I'm still abstaining.
Okay,
yeah.
sounds good.
And even though I'm abstaining, of course, I'm gonna accept the amendment
Thank you,
as
Commissioner
the
Koch.
seconder.
So, Judge, now you can move the.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion, the amended court order is to accept the silver discounted plan with the understanding that at least for this year, we're gonna ask for the extra maintenance.
To equal the gold
To
standard.
equal the gold
Right.
standard.
With 173,000 that will come from Commissioner Price Road and Bridge,
Yep,
if needed.
yeah, that's fine.
All right, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Judge, if I may, before we vote on this,
Mr.
we have a
Fish.
signed and a agreed-upon contract with ES&S as it stands today. I understand the statement that Mr. Scarpello is stating that there's a 75% discount of that plan, but we have a signed contract with ES&S that has not been amended at this point. So if we're making some assumptions that they're going to agree to that in writing, and I'm not discounting Mr. Scarpello's discussion with ES&S, so make sure clear that the court understands that
Well,
we need to
can
read
vote
it
to sign it today, and then they can say they don't wanna sign it, and we'll be back here in 2 weeks.
Well, we have to modify the actual item to include the amount that we're going to add. So we need to read it to the record the change, if we're going to change it. So from the 4,710,147 to whatever Mr. Scarpello is adding from his discussion with ES&S, we need to read that into the record. So what's the actual amount that you're going to add to it, Mr. Scarpello?
I believe if it's 75%, and the 75% language is in the contract. If it's 75%, it would be 75% of that silver package, which would be equivalent to 387. That's my understanding, anyway.
I'll suggest we hold this to get the math right and bring it back and read it into the record, if that's okay with the court.
The
Make sure
only
it has that.
reason I didn't pull it again, because I put it last time, so I agree.
No, it's not held for
I think that's
for
wise.
2 weeks, held to the meeting so we can actually read back into the record the amount. That's all I'm asking for.
But, yeah, and I appreciate
right.
that. That's what I'm telling the court. This would have been passed 2 weeks ago.
Is that good with you, Mr. Scarpello?
And if I may, I'm going to quote from the contract. The per unit fees, if customer requests more than one routine maintenance visit in a 24-month period for silver coverage items, shall be 75% of the then current maintenance fee per unit.
I don't mean
So
anything.
Judge, I think what he's asking is if we can hold it till the end of the meeting.
The meeting today.
Okay.
Give them
Oh,
time to work
Correct.
through it. And
Perfect.
let's go to the rest of the
Yeah, because we
agenda and maybe
cannot-
close and then see if we can come
I
back.
agree, Mr. Martin. We cannot delay this for another 2 weeks and then bring it back in the same shape.
I move
I
to
agree.
table K1.
So Judge, Mrs. Scarpelli, before you go, if you and Mr. Frost can converse while the meeting is going on, you get the numbers right, but bring it back after the closed session. So if you can join us back after closed session.
Okay.
Because he's correct, it's in the language is in the actual contract, but there's no dollars to support the language. So if you actually do the service, there's no dollars to support the language. So you're right, Mr. Scarpello, it's listed in there, but the dollars aren't supporting that actual change.
So you only need to change the numbers.
Just the dollars,
Gotcha.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, sounds good. We'll review it afterwards. So thank you, Mr. Frosch. Thank you, Mr. Scarpello. Moving along.
Thank you.
Move RFPs.
Do what?
Then we have the other
Yeah,
two,
we
don't
got
we?
it.
We got the other two bids. Motion on K2
Oh,
and 3.
that's right, we did not.
Yeah.
So
I'll
moved.
make-
Motion?
So I'll second.
Who made a motion on K2 and 3?
I did.
I'll second K2 and 3.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
None, any opposed? Okay. Next, we've got,
RFPs, I move,
RFPs is one.
I move RFPs.
And I second, but I do want, before Mr. Frosch goes and meets with Mr. Scarpello, on RFP 1, we are rescinding the awards for the American Rescue Plan Act allocation that we passed in the last 2 courts, Mr. Frosch. And I know I asked you about these, and I just want you to put it on the record because, colleagues, a lot of these what we're rescinding today are court orders that have to do with negotiations with the several nonprofits. And this creates the issue that no contact for all of us. And that means, I know Commissioner Price, you, Commissioner Daniels, all of us interact with a lot of these nonprofits that are in negotiations. And I just want to be sure that, Mr. Frosch, those nonprofits are on the record because this puts a no contact for all of the members of these courts until 10 days after, the contracts are coming back to this court and awarded.
Correct.
Otherwise, it's unethical.
Sure, the Code of Ethics as adopted by this board in October of 2015 states the active solicitations from the date that you actually release the RFP, right? So you're doing that today, until 10 days after the court approves it or the contract's executed. So you're right, just like every other solicitation that we're releasing, this is no different. The board, the elected officials cannot communicate with anybody about the specific solicitation, and if they come to you, you should send them back to my office. So yeah, you shouldn't be discussing this particular solicitation or any other solicitation that goes out in the market. So from the time that we actually release it to the time that we bring it back, and then 10 days following the court's actual award, or if the court decides not to move forward, you can do it at that time. Yes, ma'am.
And can you
What are
send?
we gonna do to make sure, so, obviously we know that like the HAL Foundation knows about this and everybody that's already kind of gotten an award, but, are we sure we're getting, and I know the United Way and all these big dogs will get to the trough, but what about the, smaller, nonprofits, minority, or not owned, but minority-run nonprofits in smaller cities or South Dallas? How are we gonna get that information to them?
Well, we had a number of submissions to Charles Reed's team. I'm going to email them out directly after today to notify them of the notice going out. We're sending out the notice to 45 chambers of commerce and advocacy groups that me and Mr. Crawford have to say that's going out. So we're hitting all the chambers and all of the advocacy groups that we're aware of.
But see, but we need to, a couple of things. First of all, we need to know who they are. We need to have that publication in our office. So we say, hey, this is what we're doing. And if in fact there are some people that we don't see on that pruning list, then we need to be able to call you and or Charles Reed and say, hey,
Is it a violation of this deal, this purchasing rule, if you write whatever you want to about how this is open, and I just push send on my Twitter? Is that a violation of that? Because I've got about 100,000 people who look at that.
Notifications or reprinting or reposting or tweeting any notification that we produce in my office is fine.
Okay,
It's
so
actively
you just write
engaging
something,
actively
and
engaging
you tell me
discussions.
exactly what to do, and I'll push it back.
Right. We can craft a message you can send out, but you can't actively discuss that with them, send them back to our office. That notice will say that.
Do not contact me, I
Right.
cannot discuss
Yes, sir.
this. I just want to
We
make sure.
can
that-
attend to some of their functions, Mr. Frosch.
Would
A
this
lot of,
encompass something like, let's say I've got two doctors in West Dallas, okay? And they see people without insurance, maybe they're counselors, and they want to expand their ability to help people in a neighborhood where it's high uninsured. Are they eligible? They're not a charity. Are they eligible, or do they have to be a charity? For this one, you have to be a charity, right?
They do. They have to be a charity that's actually a not-for-profit.
Well,
So,
as we
yes,
do
sir.
mental health, I want to start thinking about going to the places where people help poor people and see if we can get them one more employee or some hot spots or
Well,
extra rooms.
Judge,
or something.
and I get what you're saying, but what happens, for example, if it's a nonprofit that helps seniors and they're having a big celebration and they invite me to speak? And it gets that post with you, Commissioner Price, and I, and Commissioner Daniel, Commissioner Koch, you know, oh, by the way, we might be cutting a ribbon on Friday, right? And that goes into a lot of
Just say
Twitters.
we can't talk about it, I guess, that's fine.
And that is my concern, and that's what I ask all the questions that I send you, Mr. Frosch, because this court, knowingly or unknowingly, I mean, you're in front of a lot of people cutting a ribbon, and that message goes everywhere. We're all happy about that. But those are 3 or 4 of those institutions that are going to be there that Friday, that were here today, are going to be there. And
Correct.
they come out next to Commissioner Price and I, and how could someone say, and Commissioner Price and Commissioner Garcia were probably talking about getting them some funding? And it could be more further away of the truth.
Right, and it clearly states the violations. That's not a violation of the restricted contact period for vendors to discuss an existing contract or business relationship not related to the act of solicitation. So if you're at an event and they approach you about this specific opportunity, you would direct them to us. Other opportunities, other things you've dealt with, it does not preclude you from discussing anything else you do as an elected official. It's specifically talking about the RFP that's released today, and that's with the restricted contract period.
What I've told people in the past, and they get this right away, is, oh, we can't talk about this because then I'd be disqualified from being able to consider your matter. And they want me to be able to consider their matter, so they stop talking.
Right. Judge, I mean, if you know who they are, but what happens if someone asks you and you have no idea? And that's what I wanted to put it in the record. I want the record to reflect that with like Commissioner Price say, and he's right on target, I want a list of all these organizations that are going to be here, so I have an idea of who they are.
Well, we won't know the list. This is an open RFP, so we won't know the submissions from any not-for-profit until the actual closing date. So we won't know the list. You know, it's always a good practice I've used in the past with other elected officials is to have your staff, when they call, say, are you calling related to a current solicitation? So they would know that they cannot speak about it. I mean, that's one way you can do it from your seat. But ultimately, it's their responsibility as well when we send things out not to contact you related to this. So it works. It kind of works both ways. Ultimately, it gives you latitude to talk about any other business or any other things you want to talk about outside of this RFP. If they want specific questions, just send them our way.
Thank you, Mr. Frosch. I wanted all that in the record.
Okay, did we vote on that?
Nope. No.
Okay, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? The motion carries unanimously. I don't have any pulls that have been given to me or the clerk, so looks like we are going, looking all together at court orders L1 through 31 and addendums 32 through 36. Is there a motion?
So moved.
For a second?
I'll second. L5 is giving me some consternation only because when Mr. Reed sat here along with Mr. Scarpello, they at that time was talking about the whole marketing for the elections deal, and they were way off target. Is Dr. Wong going to be able to generate for us these commercials, these hot spots, so that we'll know exactly what they're targeting. And the last time, I know we got that with elections. They just missed the point between 2,000 and 4,000, about 50%. I just want to make sure that Dr. Wong, with regards to this whole marketing piece, gives us, where they're marketing, how they're marketing, et cetera. I want all the details. I do. Okay? Thank you.
Okay.
I
You tell us
also,
something, we're ready.
I also have some comments. Oh, Commissioner Koch, were you next?
Yeah, after you, I have a couple.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniels. Okay, comment, and I know I asked Dr. Watkins, and I know I told you that I was going to ask about this, the city jail contract. Finally, and thank you, congratulations to administration and you for putting it together with the city of Dallas. Definitely, it was an achievement, and thank you for all the data that you submitted to us. I think it makes sense, and it's a fair contract. Now, my question was, the contract says that we're giving priorities to the city of Dallas prisoners.
Yes.
And that is part of a standard contract with them. Do we, however, it was mentioned in the contract that based on the other pickups of all different cities. I just want to be sure that if anyone reads this contract, get assured that it's fairness to everyone.
So it was a lengthy discussion based on that description there, and Mr. Heichel participated with us on this. But we don't do VIP prisoners, and we communicated that. But we do have 24, 7 days a week magistrates, and so we're already doing what's indicated in the contract. Mr. Heichel, did you want to add anything?
The city of Dallas, this is about the city, and the city, we don't pick up nothing from the city.
Right.
City
Yeah.
delivered.
But in the contract.
It lists that we will give them priority when they bring in.
Yeah, they wanted the priority as defined as a specific line for magistration just for prisoners brought into the jail by DPD. And we said absolutely not. We said, fine, we can leave that language to give preference to that language to the extent that it's within the context of we will continue providing magistration 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, period.
Excellent.
Okay. But I do want us to be very careful. I did a walkthrough yesterday. In Parkland, I brought this up before because of the lines, because I know what day basically the chains are coming, and we're seeing that choke level in intake. Parkland is getting ready to propose that they have a one-pager as opposed to the multiple pager in terms of what I call, examining individuals for custody ready. They're wanting to do a one-pager and then push those individuals out and move them faster. What concerns me is that the sheriff's department is going to wind up having to handle those individuals. And I get it. We put DPD and everybody else back on the road quicker if the people are, quote, custody appropriate. But we're going to handle those individuals twice. And I want us to be cognizant of that because they're handing them off to us. Parkland is doing their survey. They're saying they're custody ready. They're dropping them back in the corner there or just moving them back in the corner. And then they got to get them and bring them back.
And one of the things I'm recommending is that we study this. That this doesn't become the practice until we agree that this is working. Because one of the things this contract also does is it puts together a committee. And that committee is going to consist of staff from the city of Dallas and also staff from here. That we will look at some of this data and see if it's requiring us to have additional staff to sit on these people, and 70% of them are City of Dallas prisoners, then we go back to the contract. And we true it up at the end of the year that these additional prisoners were Dallas prisoners, and it costs the sheriff this additional amount of money, and we need to bill that back to them.
Okay.
And that cost was in the percentages that you sent me, right, Dr. Watkins? And I'm sorry, I don't have them in
Yes, the
front of me.
indirect cost is included, but the true-up cost is something new that's been added.
Yeah,
We normally just do the budget methodology approach, and so the true-up cost, after we do the single audit and the actuals, we'll do a comparison to see what's the actual cost to run the jail. Now we just use the projected budget or the approved budget to do the methodology.
Which is what we use forever.
Yes, this is a
And-
change.
Okay, so the change is that now we are going to add the actual cost.
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to true it up on the rate, thanks to Dr. Watkins and Erica, who worked on
Yeah,
this, and we're going to true it
a
up
lot.
every year, so we can get those actual
Well,
dollars. So-
Kudos to you, because I know that that was a point of contention for quite some time.
And one of the things is that when we were discussing with City of Dallas, we don't include on the front end a lot of the overtime, and all of that would be included in the true-up cost as well for the actuals.
Okay, and this is a part of the process. I know that it's been under discussion for a long time, and that's whether to use the abbreviated one-page survey or the more extensive one. But then this will be a good way at least of evaluating what's the impact.
Yeah,
on-
and I
on the
think Parkland
process.
should be real clear that this is a pilot, that this
Well,
is
I
not.
understand.
This
But-
is not
but see,
practice.
That particular piece has only come up as a result of our jail sanitation meeting. And then Parkland is moving forward with a proposal, according to Mr. Jones, in order to release that, that flow there in intake. But yesterday, when Chief Robinson and I walked through intake and Captain, I think it was Captain Herrera, Gutera. When we did all of that, he said, hey, I want y'all to keep in mind, we're gonna handle these people twice.
But at the end of the day, it's going to be our biggest customer, the City of Dallas, to understand and be aware of all these changes. So probably, Commissioner, it would not be a bad idea to have someone representing the city that can come to the table during the next negotiation. So you don't start from 101, which happens this time because this contract have not been negotiated in how many years?
Oh, see, we were doing
Long
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, they moved into this 30 years ago.
Yeah.
That's correct. So, and I think that was probably, when I talked to some of the people in the city, that was this disconnect. I think now that we know what the true cost, and we add all the layers, there'll be, it'll be a better negotiation, more amenable negotiation.
Okay, I just.
I want to thank you, everyone, for your support, because we've been talking about this the last 24 months.
Yeah.
And so to
It's
get us
been a
over the
little
finish.
process.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well,
No,
thank you very much. So that was number one question. So I'm glad that this is over and, we move on in a better term and more importantly, a convenient way that is effective for all, entities and of course the City of Dallas as well as Dallas County. The second one is this item, and I know I asked about this television encasements additional cost for the jail.
They just put it
Okay.
out.
I know the first contractor pretty much ran out. This second one, this cost is additional because the encasements and the TVs
So-
are going to be lifted higher so the inmates cannot take them out and burn the sockets and
Yeah.
smoke.
The scope changed, and so that was an additional part of it to raise it higher.
Yeah.
And so that's additional cost that's included in it for the encasement and the raising of the.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, as long as they're paying it for out of commissary, that's, that's.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
paid
of
out of
course.
commissary.
Of course, that's not a
what is that?
question. It has to come from commissary. But the question is, why they weren't lifted before in the first place if they're already encased? How could you destroy the encasement and then have to lift it more? Is this?
You don't want to answer that question.
Well, no, I do want to answer that question.
No, they can destroy anything. Yeah, they can destroy anything.
Well, they've showed us.
I had a
And
question
we-
on this particular item too, because from my reading of it, it appeared that two vendors did not complete their contract.
So the first vendor fell through. The second vendor, we rebriefed it, but then they came back with additional services with the scope of service change. So it's the same vendor but this is a third briefing.
Yeah.
So this
But
is
it's a
the,
second vendor.
Yes, it's the second vendor.
And the second vendor was not the one that did not complete the contract.
Correct.
So theoretically, it should be, they should be able to complete it, and it should be a good contract, it should be good service.
Fingers crossed.
Okay.
no,
That was one
Commissioner, what
question.
this means is that they're just going to go ahead and lift the TV so they cannot reach them and destroy them. So the encasement part, I just don't understand, because obviously the encasement is already there.
So they haven't finished the initial, the first one fell through. And so the second vendor came in, and then when they changed the scope of services to raise as well, that's the additional charge.
Okay. All right.
But again, the commissary
Yes.
has what, about $1.5 million?
1.5 million as of May 4th.
It'll be crazy that it had to come from general fund.
Oh, no. It's
Of course not.
it's about custody, comes out of commissary.
Okay,
So-
sounds good. And my questions about number 5, thank you, Mr. Martin, Mr. Reed answer, so I'm fine with that. And that's it with me, Commissioner Daniels, thank you.
Yeah, I had now two, I have a question about number 3, but that has been answered. Observation about number 4 is the purchase of properties for a housing development, and thank you very much for all those who have been involved in moving forward with housing in Dallas County. I think it's a new day, it's a new way of looking at how we can best respond to what's going on in the larger environment out there. So I look forward to seeing how this can be produced. Also, the note that this is one of a few projects addressing housing in Dallas County right now. And I'm excited about the variety of approaches. The last observation was on number 8, and it's the engagement of Trace Point. And this is where Dallas County is following up when it looks like there were breach issues. And I'm glad to say that when we see a problem, that we take a moment and figure out, is this really a problem, or has it already been addressed, or what are the other details about that? So I look forward to seeing what the results of order number 8 are. Thank you very much.
Judge, in regards to court order number 38, the election return results, just got an email that needs to be read into the record.
It's 35.
35, I'm sorry.
35, that's a canvas.
The canvassing?
That's a
Yes.
canvas. You want to read it not into the record?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You have the language book?
I think,
Well,
Here we
all
go.
I've got are the tables.
I believe let me just fire, Granbury sent it to you this morning. Well, it was sent to you at 12:05. I'm trying to get from the James Paloma and Michael Scarpello, what exactly did you have to read into the record? Because there's like 255 pages. I'm assuming you're not going to be asked to read all of that.
Pages 1 and 2 are the synopsis of the results for the joint election, and then the results for the State of Texas Proposition 1 and State of Texas Proposition 2. Is
That's the only thing.
that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but that's all it's
So that's why I don't know if that's all you have to read into the record. So I'm going to ask Mr. Scarpello to join back the call and indicate to you what exactly has to be read into the record.
Hello. It's my understanding from Mr. Paloma, we simply have to acknowledge that the fact there's 2 attachments and the name of those attachments to read that into the record of the election results.
Okay.
So I don't need to read the words on the attachments. I just need to point out that there are 2 attachments, and they will be attached to the order on this, on 35. Those 2 attachments are the number of registered voters and ballots cast and voter turnout, and then results of the two propositions. Is that correct, or do you want me to read the whole thing?
Ms. Granberry just emailed me. She said they just need to state that the attachments were not added to the briefing at the time the agenda was published and that they're being added now.
Okay, the attachments were not added at the time of the briefing. They're being added now. And the attachments are, I'll mark them as pages 1 and 2 as Exhibit A and B.
I think one exhibit.
Hmm?
It would be one exhibit or not?
I don't know.
Pages 1
They
and
keep
2.
talking about attachment like they're two of them. So.
And the second part of it is the 200.
Of all.
All right, so that being the case, Maker accepts?
Maker accepts.
Dr. Garcia is the second, I believe.
Second? Yeah, I accept too.
Okay. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Did that cover all of them or just that one?
That covered everything.
That covered everything, but we got to go back to K1 with the numbers.
No,
After
that's-
executive-
They said after executive.
After
session.
Okay, I apologize.
Yeah, he's out of the room.
All right, this is going to take us to our public speakers. Will the bailiff please read the rules of decorum for our public speakers?
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised.
To the microphone. To the podium.
All Commissioners Court's attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, and slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. Any and all applause will be kept brief in observance of time constraints. Disruptive visitors and/or registered speakers may be removed and are subject to penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes, and a maximum discussion on any one topic is limited to 30 minutes.
All right. And our first public speaker today is Miss Lisa Theory. Is she online? No? Okay. Say her name 2 more times. Miss Lisa Theory, Miss Lisa Theory. All right. Our next public speaker is Robert Cigarelli. Come on up, Mr. Cigarelli.
Good afternoon. I came here because there was an article in the paper that says about solution to education crisis, a fairly simple issue. I'm very bothered about South Dallas education. My title says it's failing the students. And I started this process back in 2015 about Marion Willard at Madison. They had a big meeting in the auditorium. And back then, they had a 1% college readiness. And during the meeting, they were supposed to be talking about test scores. Bernadette Nettle was leading the meeting. But it was a complaint session about Mike Miles and the staff and, of course, the principal. I was against Mike Miles, Mr. Price. However, this time here, I would support him because 1% college readiness, the students are not able to go to college at all. And I don't understand in that area where education is not brought up at all except friendships and nepotism. And when I was at that meeting, it seemed like the parents loved Marion Willard more than their own kids. I was all here at the meeting. I was sitting right next to where you're waiting to get to talk. And I'm just very bothered by this. And I'm just wondering, you can do a big difference in South Dallas if you get the priorities straight about education. Not one student was able to go to JUCO. Remember that 1% JUCO? I'm just troubled by everything I saw down there that night about the education of the students. And I just feel like the students are being sabotaged down there. And I brought it up to Mr. Hinojosa last month about Marion Willard and 1% college readiness. And he yelled at me. He screamed at me. Something's going on. They're protecting Mary Willard or what? But I believe the principal should fight her own battles. And what is happening right now is at Lincoln High School, sir, if you look at the Texas Tribune, 1% college readiness. Google it, Texas Tribune, Lincoln High School, you'll see it. Dade Middle School, they had the ACE program, sir, ACE, Accelerate Campus Excellence. Dade Middle School was the test pattern for Mike Miles. Right now, the state gave them a D, but they gave them F for academics. What I don't understand, sir, is when you go to a D, DISD is supposed to say, oh, we're doing so great. But they don't tell you that they're failing. And I'm just saying to you is, Mr. Price, you can change that. But right now, the test scores are very, very bad. If anyone has an argument about this, Mr. Jenkins, I wish you open up. I know you can't, but I would like to get some feedback about this. But I'm just saying to you, it's what's going on is something that needs to be straightened out and needs to be corrected. And also,
Robert, I'm sorry, but you're out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your words. All right, our next speaker is Ms. Brittany Jones. Ms. Brittany Jones, Ms. Brittany Jones. Is she online? Nope. All right. All right, our next speaker is Mr. Daniel Bennett. Mr. Daniel Bennett? No, okay. Mr. Daniel Bennett, you see him online anywhere? Nope. Okay. Our next speaker is Miss Sandra Crenshaw. I don't see Sandra here, but I'll say her name 3 times. She online? Sandra Crenshaw?
She's here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sandra. I didn't see you. Come on forward. Yeah, look good. Yeah. Go ahead. State your name, tell us what's on your mind.
I'm sorry?
Well, go ahead and state your name and address and tell us what's on your mind.
Oh, okay. My name is Sandra Crenshaw, and I live in Commissioner District 1. And when I published on my campaign literature the faces of officials who were 60 and 70 years old serving, Randall Bryant considered it deceptive. What I find deceptive is the fact that my opponent, Vincent Jones, announced to the Dallas Morning News that he wants to be the first Black gay legislator living with HIV. We have officials who are both drug addicts, alcoholics, gambling disorders, but HIV does not have to be disclosed unless you want it to be. So when I described my frailties to rid mental illness of the stigma, Black elected officials directed the Democratic Party to further make so much fun of me that in 2008 I considered suicide. But my Catholic upbringing brought me up differently. Gay activist Vincent Jones did not use this race as a platform to educate Black people about HIV. Instead, he counted on members of this commissioner's court to endorse him. Jones did not once in his plethora of literature, not one time did he mention that he's openly gay living with HIV, not one time. Okay? He's a recipient of Dallas County funds to help educate Black people about HIV, but he counted on the commissioner's court to endorse him. I have been to this court many times with injustices against me, and that's on the record. Some people say that Black elected officials are scared of me, and I run every year as a platform. I lobby the legislatures and help bring bills passed. Not one time have I called any of your names as the perpetrator. Not one time. Although I don't know everything, most of the times it's your participants who are the gossipers, who tell your business, not me. Blacks have an opinion also. They have an opinion and they deserve transparency. Gay activists Vinton Jones is a recipient of county district funds. The ACLU in another state says that transgender men is unconstitutional in the jail cells. And so they put them in a cell with another woman. And they ended up impregnating 2 of those women. So when are you going to protect?
Ms. Crenshaw, I'm sorry, but you're out
Okay,
of
just
time.
1 minute,
I'm
2
sorry,
seconds.
you're out of
When are
time.
you going to protect straight men from injustices? Sir, when are you going to instruct straight men?
I'm sorry, ma'am, but your time is up. Thank you. Thank you. All right, our last speaker is Mr. Alex Stein.
How you doing, Judge? My name's Alex Stein. They call me Primetime 99 Alex Stein. And I'm a Blaze TV contributor. And so I'm just, the handout here I had today, I see you got me filming. This is a D Magazine article about Clay Jenkins, and it says, in college at Baylor, Jenkins continued to distinguish himself dubiously. He was arrested twice, once for reckless driving after he led Baylor security and Waco police on a car chase he planned, and a second time for criminal trespassing in a woman's dorm room during a panty raid. Strangely enough, he was never arrested for his role as a famous Baylor pie man, a hitman for a student-organized ring that offered to throw pies in people's faces, professors, ex-boyfriends.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
You're not allowed to admonish members of this court.
Yeah, I'm just asking, I would like to get some clarification.
No,
On
no,
here it says,
no, no.
yeah, no,
Excuse
but
me,
just
excuse
what I'm
me.
saying, this is talking about a
Excuse
panty
me,
raid.
you are
I'm not admonishing.
You're not allowed to attack members of this court.
I'm not attacking them.
Yes, you are. No, you're not. What's your question? What is your question? Oh, well, okay, well, you're attacking members of this court. You're finished. You're finished. You're finished. You're Marshall, moving on. Okay, you're out. You're finished. You're finished. You're finished. Okay. Is there anybody? I was he was the last speaker. Let me tell you something. Members of this court, attacking us, that's beyond the pale.
All right, so that concludes our public speakers for today. We'll now
Just for we're going to table, go ahead.
Tabling the bid?
Yes, K1, we need some comments time to sit in with ES&S, purchasing election. They said it's fine with that ES&S. We'll bring it back in 2 weeks. And they said that's fine.
They say it's fine?
Yes.
And it's okay with Mr. Scarpello?
Yes.
All right.
The upcoming
It won't impact, that's the key question. It won't impact the upcoming election?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So we're going to begin closed session in 2 or 3 minutes. So if you're not here for the first thing on closed session, you need to go inside.
Can we have 15 minutes, Judge? Can we
Sure.
start at 1:30?
Let's do that. Let's get something to eat.
Yeah.
15 minutes?
Well, I mean, like candy bars, I'm
I've been called anorexic many times, but I do that. good, thank you.
We all set? Thanks, everyone. Court stands adjourned.